today, members of the Diplomatic Corps, chairpersons of the FSRA and CBE boards, Governor of the Central Bank, CEO of FSRA, CEOs and champions of various assignments present in the House, government ministry representatives, company representatives, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, including those joining us virtually. It's a good morning to you all. May I take this opportunity to welcome you to this year's Green Indaba, which is our second edition. As we start our session, I would like to start by inviting the Right Reverend Bishop Dr. Dalsi Dlamini to come and open for us with a word of prayer.
May I greet you all in the name of Jesus. It is such an honor and privilege to be amongst you today as we move on to the second Indaba. Allow me to say all protocol observe. As I say few words, then I pray. The word of God in Genesis chapter 1, verse 1 and 2, then 26, read thus. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now the earth was formless and empty. Darkness was over the surface of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. And God said, "Let there be." I will then move on to verse 26. Then God said, "Let us make man in our image, in our likeness, and let them rule over the fish of the sea and the birds of the air, over the livestock, over all the earth, and over all the creatures that move along the ground." When we are talking let there be, we are talking about light. We are talking about the expanse between the waters to separate water from water. We are talking about land producing vegetation, seed-bearing plants, trees on the land that bear fruit with seed in it, according to their various kinds. And we are also talking humanity. So as people created in the image of God, as people created in the image of God and mandated to create and recreate with God, there is no way we can separate theology and the importance of safeguarding the integrity of creation in order to sustain and renew life on earth. As government, religious and secular communities, we are called to tell, to teach, to tend, to transform and treasure the environment. That is why it is critical for us to be climate smart and to address responsive food system in forums such as this. In the Genesis narrative, God commanded land to produce vegetation. Plants were to bear fruit with seed in it. The land was to produce living creatures according to the kind. God provided the sun to govern during the day and the moon and the night. The sun is to give light and aid in the natural reproduction and sustenance of plants, animals, and human beings. The triune God agreed on creating mankind and was assigned as a steward of everything, and mankind was assigned as a steward of everything that God had created. Sadly, men misinterpreted the mandate of subduing the earth. Many have not acted wisely in being good stewards of the environment because they had the conviction that the Almighty God had given humanity full rights of the earth. This has become costly not only to humanity, but also to the whole universe. As a result, we all feel the impact of bad choices. So as we gather in this fashion, let us be intentional in correcting past mistakes and craft a way forward for the next generations by being smart in our thinking and going back to our God-given mandate of being stewards of the environment. So let us pray. In the name of God, the Creator, Christ the Redeemer, and the Holy Spirit, our sustainer, we want to thank you, O God, for this opportunity in your presence. We thank you for this time together as your people, as we'll be deliberating about many other things that will sustain us as we live in this world. Bless each one of us, O God, and all the deliberations. This we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you very much, Nkosi, and thank you for reminding us that we are stewards of the environment, a God-given assignment to all of us. And I believe that our deliberations here, our dialogue, will assist us forge a better way forward on how we can be better stewards of what God has given us, of what God has assigned us to take care of. I will try not to talk a lot, also being conscious of the time, for which I would like to apologize on behalf of all of us, the ministry and all of us, that we have had, the delay that we have had. We'll do our best to ensure that we keep up with the time. At this point in time, I would like to take this opportunity to invite the SNG Managing Director, Mr. Robert Stebe, to come and give us his address. SNG Grant Thornton is one of our main partners on the event, and thank you very much for the partnership. For us, dialoguing with all of us is very key. Over to you, Baba Stebe.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Robert Stebe from SNG Grant Thornton, Eswatini. Certainly a pleasure to be here with you this morning. A special welcome to our partners from the UN, the UN Resident Coordinator, his colleague from the UNDP. Certainly very pleased to be able to work together with our friends. We're certainly very pleased to be very pleased to have with the UN in preparing for this conference. Right, thank you. I'd also like to recognize our colleagues from South Africa, Mr. Opam Bogotvo, who's the Managing Director of SNG Grant Thornton Advisory. Certainly very pleased to have him here. And most importantly, the Minister of Tourism and Environmental Affairs. Very pleased to have the Minister join us. Unfortunately, I think we are not going to be graced by the presence of His Excellency, the Prime Minister, but we will proceed with the program today. We have made quite a late start, about an hour later than originally planned, so I don't propose to take up much time, but just to thank you, all of you, for making the time and the effort to support this initiative. Certainly last year's Green Indaba, the first one of its kind, was a success, and we're determined to follow it up. So here we are today with the second edition of that Green Indaba. The key focus today is sustainability. And I think you will see from the program that will unfold over the next next 2 days. We will focus on a number of key sustainability issues. And the idea is to, at the end of this Indaba, to come away with practical actions, ideas, things that can be implemented with regards to actually sustainability and going forward. So it's actually very pleasing to see the room is full. So thank you for honoring the invitation. And I'd encourage all of you to participate, particularly in all the panel sessions that are due to take place over the next day, today and tomorrow. We do anticipate that this year's Green Indaba will match the success that we saw from last year. And certainly we look forward to discussing all the key sustainability related topics, very important. I think as a country and as a continent, we are fully committed to meeting net zero and making as much progress in achieving the UN SDG goals. That is something that I think that we must always bear in mind, but I think we need to be smart, both as a continent and as a region and as a country, as to how we go about trying to achieve those goals. And I think there will be a lot of food for thought, I think, coming out of this conference. And hopefully all of us will be able to go away having been enlightened on issues of sustainability. And it will hopefully spur some real action on our part, because we certainly don't want this Green Indaba to be remembered as just as a talk shop. It has to be a forum where practical ideas are shared, and it has to be followed by real action on the ground, which will make a difference in the lives of the ordinary person on the continent. And I think Africa has a lot of advantages that can help us make real progress, particularly in the issues of sustainability. And hopefully this conference will be a catalyst in moving things forward. So in the interest of time, I don't propose to continue talking. We have to try and get back in line with the program that was designed for today. With those few remarks, I think we'll move on to the next stage of the process. And I think my understanding is that we're going to be asking the Honourable Minister to come up. But over to the Program Director. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Babes Tebe. At this point in time, I would like to take this opportunity to invite the United Nations Resident Coordinator, Mr. Joshua Chira, to come and address the occasion as we also address sustainability, as it's already been said. Behind me, we have the SDGs, we have all of them, 17. We're trying to address them, even though the focus might seem is only on 4, which is 2, 7, 13, and 17. But all of them we will be trying to address as a sustainability issue. Over to you, RC.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. That call to the podium came too soon. I thought I would be further down the line. Now, as Mr. Stebe came here to speak, I was thinking that when I grow up, I want to become him, be able to walk with poise and confidence to the podium without a scrap of paper, and make a sensible speech and keep it short. However, I've not yet grown up, and I'm not Sitebe, and I'm a bureaucrat from the United Nations, and so I'll behave accordingly. But thank you so much, Mr. Stebe, for your remarks this morning. So, colleagues, good morning. As Sanibonani Husseini. Now, confusion here. I was supposed to start with Your Excellency, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, but the Right Honorable Prime Minister is represented by the Honorable Minister for Tourism and Environmental Affairs, who is also the Acting Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable Jane Similane. So, recognizing your presence and the offices that you represent there this morning, good to have you here. Honorable senior government officials, may I also recognize the former Minister of Tourism and Environmental Affairs, Mr. Moses Vilakati, who is here with us. Thank you for joining us. Members of the diplomatic corps that are in the room, members of the private sector and all partners for Eswatini's development, as well as partners that have come together to make this event possible. My colleagues from the UN family who are also partners in this event, Reverend Dalcid Lamini and members of the clergy that have helped us open up this session with prayer, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, a great honor to be able to be here this morning as we launch this second edition of the Green Indaba. And let me begin again by appreciating the government of the Kingdom of Eswatini for both the leadership but also support for his for this particular event, and also the leadership that the government has shown in executing His Majesty King Mswati's III Nkwe call for urgency and speed in uplifting the lives of the people of Eswatini. Now, this gathering here today speaks to an important part of that call to Nkwe, or acceleration of development in Eswatini. It speaks to the question of how we can urgently drive our development ambition, while at the same time responding to the equally urgent imperative of preserving our home, our planet. So let me also thank you, Minister Similane, for your leadership of the ministry, but very specifically for the leadership and support for this particular initiative. And in some ways, you took more than the share of the burden in leading us in this. We want to applaud you. As in Jean Thornton, this is a good example of partnership between the private sector, the government, and other actors in pushing forward our development agenda, and particularly for being able to do this for a second year running. We want to thank you very much. Let me also recognize members of my UN family that have supported this Indaba, beginning with UNDP. And let me take the opportunity for those that have not met our new UNDP resident representative to introduce Mr. Henrik Franklin. You'll be hearing from him later on. And just to say, I see his presence here as an addition to the skill set of the United Nations in Eswatini because of the expertise he represents, particularly in the area of climate change that has brought us here today. Other members of the UN family, FAO, UNFPA, WFP, and WHO, and I'm reminded one of the things I learned not to do is to mention my agencies because I might forget one and then I don't know where to go home to. If I've forgotten you and you're a sponsor from the UN family, please feel recognized. Now, why are we here today? It's a testament to our recognition that the climate crisis is real and a lived reality that is affecting every aspect of our lives, and that we owe it to ourselves, into our children and future generations, to do our utmost to face the threats that we face out of climate crisis so that we can meet our development aspirations. Now, look around and you will recognize that this event comes at an interesting time for us in this region where we are going through a drought phenomenon that has affected our food security. And we also recognize that while Eswatini is not directly affected by the food insecurity, by the drought itself, like other regions have been, it also means that Eswatini will be having to look further afield to fill its food deficit by sourcing food outside of the region, because we know our neighbors who would normally sell us food do not have food to sell to us. So we have to go further out to look for food. And that means, most likely, when that food hits our shelves, it's going to be much more expensive. And when things get more expensive in the shelves, they lead to other things. And so we do hope that we recognize this moment, and whatever we can do to change our world, we can do it well. Now, the word Indaba is not commonly used in my country where I come from. I come from East Africa, in Kenya in particular. So I went to the dictionaries to try and understand, to make sure that I understand what the word Indaba means. Now, the definitions I found include the following: a meeting to discuss a serious topic. Another definition, a matter of concern or for discussion. But the one I liked most is the one that says that an Indaba is an important meeting that seeks to gather the right people together at the right time. I'm doubtful about the right time. At the right time to discuss the right issues. Right? The right people, the right time, the right issues. He also says that an Indaba involves deep talk and acknowledges that we all have something important to say. Now, who is in charge of the microphones? We all have something important to say. Now, to the idea of gathering the right people at the right time to discuss the right issues, I would also want to add my own piece to this definition to say also it has to do with the right information. The right information. So the right people, the right time, the right issues, and the right information. So I see this gathering this morning as a marketplace of ideas where we are going to be exchanging really deep thoughts based on the right information that could help our efforts at overcoming the challenges of our times. Now, we have called it the Green Indaba. That means something. It means it's not an entirely open conversation. It's not an entirely neutral conversation, but we are going somewhere with the conversation. And this direction is the idea that a time has come when we have to all agree that we need to move together in the direction of making our economies green. So because we say everybody has something important to say in an Indaba, please allow me to say a few thoughts, about 4 of them, and I'll try to make them brief. One of them, number 1, is what I call the paradox of our times. Now, on the one hand, we are living at the age of huge changes, huge development, human progress. And I think we need to celebrate this. The reason we have reached 8 billion people in our planet is because in some ways we have done the right things, or nature has conspired to help us do the right things to make sure that we live longer and have better lives. And a lot of this has to do with our improved health and living conditions. So that way, we are able to reach this place of 8 billion people. Now, in 2020, UNDP, in its Human Development Report that was called The Next Frontier, Human Development and the Anthropocene. The Anthropocene is the age of human activity that we are living through in terms of long time periods, geologic time periods. This one is called the Anthropocene. Now, they say that despite this rise in the population to 8 billion people, from 5 billion people in 1990 to the current 8 billion people, we have seen progress. The people in a low-income category has dropped from 60% to 12%. And the number of people in high and very high-income developed countries has tripled from 1.2 billion to 3.8 billion. And this is something to celebrate. But remember, this was before COVID, and a lot has happened during COVID. Now, the paradox is this. We have had these explosions, including in technology, that led some of our thinkers like Noah Harari to call us homo deus, human gods, because of the unlimited possibilities that we have unleashed. The other side of this paradox is that, as Rob Weinberg has said, the source of our progress has also become the source of our downfall. And he says this is largely because we have abused nature. We have abused our planet. And because of what we have done with the planet, with nature, we risk everything that we have built up to this point in the human history. I represent the United Nations Secretary General, and I feel always the need to bring his voice to the room when I speak. He has incessantly reminded us that we are galloping at full speed in the wrong direction. And he has often used very, very vivid language to describe the reality that we are faced with today, but also the urgency with which we need to act. He has said words like humanity is on thin ice, and the ice is melting. He has said that we are getting dangerously close to the point of no return, and this is going to happen under our watch. He has also said that our planet is fast approaching tipping points that will make climate chaos irreversible. Now, the SG has not always been about doom and gloom. He has also reminded us about responsibility and the possibilities that we have. So in his message for the World Environment Day this year, he implored us by saying that we are generation restoration, reminding us that we must be the ones that turn the tide and build a sustainable future for land and for humanity. So I see this Indaba, this meeting of minds at the right time, at the right issues, with the right information. I see it as this call to agency by the Secretary General to do all that we can to restore our planet. The second thought is about just transitions from polluting to green economies. Now, the language of transition, just transition, has been coming to the fore. The transition part, of course, relates to the idea that we have to move away from pollutive development processes to green ones that preserve the planet. The just part speaks to the idea that countries still need to drive their economies, particularly countries like Eswatini, where we are trying to pull as many people as possible out of poverty. So we need to continue at full force to drive our economies in order for us to meet our development aspirations. So, very specifically, the just part speaks to the reality that countries that have contributed the least to global warming have had to bear the greatest negative impacts of global warming. And that describes every country in the continent of Africa. And so I go back to Ron Weinberg, who tells us the statistics. The poorest half of the world's population is not only responsible for 14% of global carbon emissions. Second, the entire continent of Africa, where we sit, home to 1.3 billion people, produces only 4% of global carbon emissions. And finally, the poorest half of the world's population is only responsible for 14% of the global carbon emissions. So as we sit here today to talk about just transitions, we have to weigh these things together. First of all, we have to transition, but the second part, we have to ask ourselves deep questions about the justice part of the transitions that we want to make. Now, the third point is about climate financing. This is a complicated topic. We have experts that are going to be speaking to this, so I will stay away from making any pronouncements on this. But let me say the following. Of course, it has become a major part of the conversation about how we transition from polluting processes to the green economies. Now, the point here is that transitioning green economies requires the mobilization of huge amounts of resources. The unfortunate reality we face is that the world has not mobilized anywhere near the promised resources that are required in terms of the Paris Agreement that was signed years ago. Even though we've been meeting almost year after year, last year we were at COP28, we are headed for COP29 later this year. The promises have been coming, but these promises are not being kept at the level that they should be in order for us to be able to finance climate change mitigation. So the question is, what do we need to do to ensure that we have the finance that we need to drive our development to finance climate mitigation? So that leads us into the idea of strong partnerships, that we need to forge strong partnerships between private actors, between governments, between international partners, in order for us to transition to the green economies that we need to do that, to go forward. Now, we're going to be talking about carbon credits, and I felt I needed to mention this. Again, I don't want to get into all the details and the dimensions of this conversation. Carbon credits, an important part of the conversation. What I hope we can do here is that we will be able to explore this particular option with all the dimensions it brings with it, and also paying attention to the ongoing debates and the experiences of countries that have already taken this particular route. I come from East Africa. There are all sorts of questions that have been asked about this route and how countries are benefiting or otherwise from this carbon credit environment. Now, but we also need to be concerned about broader questions about what this means. Are we creating the possibility of an illusion that carbon offsetting is resolving the problem of climate change? Or are we allowing the exploitation of nature to continue as before while carbon emissions continue to rise? The idea that somebody else in another part of the world is going to offset my carbon encourages people to continue to pollute the environment. So we have to really engage with the pros and cons of this conversation in order for us to be able to arrive at the right answers. And the whole idea of what has happened before, particularly with the mineral resources of developing countries, their passive exploitation for the industrialization of other parts of the world. Should our resources remain passive for the purposes of the industrialization of other parts of the world, or can we do something more with the resources that we have to deploy them for our own development? Again, these are deep questions that I would like to leave to other people. Let me conclude with a few thoughts and suggestions. One is about effective partnerships, and the fact that our being here, a partnership among so many of us, from the Central Bank of Eswatini to the private sector with the S&G Grant Thornton, to the Ministry of Finance and others, is an indication of the kind of partnership, the range of partnerships that are going to be necessary for us to be able to continue. And I want to encourage us to continue to think about all the dimensions of green economies and who we need to continue to bring to the table in order for us to be able to move forward. The second point is about our continued global presence and advocacy. Now, Eswatini, and indeed Africa and most of the developing world, will need to continue to unite for a common cause, particularly on issues of climate justice. Now, this means that we need to pay attention to what is going on around us, what is going on around the world. Next month, world leaders will be convening at the Summit of the Future. And this is going to be in New York. I urge everybody in the room to pay attention to the conversations that are going to be taking place at the Summit of the Future next month in New York. And I also want to thank the government of Eswatini for the interest already they have taken in this. I know that because I was there in the discussions with various cabinet ministers. I know the permanent representative in New York has been completely seized of this matter, and we are contributing to the discussions about the Summit of the Future. Two important issues are going to be discussed here. They're going to be on the agenda. And this is about renewing commitments to financing sustainable development, including mitigating climate change. So we have to pay attention to what is going to be said, the promises that need to be made, and how we are going to pursue this going forward. The second important agenda, among many others, is the idea of the reform of the global financial architecture. The question has been, how are developing countries going to finance their development given the high cost of finance, particularly for poor developing countries, and the sense that the ground is not level. Developing countries that need finance more than others sometimes pay, we are told, 9 times more for the loans that they take compared to the already developing countries. So it's a whole question of justice in terms of how our financial institutions, global financial architecture is structured at the moment, and we need to pay attention to this important conversation that is going to be happening in New York next month. The third one is about county level and local agency, that we don't have to only look up to what is going to happen at the global level, that we have to remember we have possibilities at our own level. We are not just victims of the global dynamics. There are things that we can do at our own level. And I want to commend the government again for all the efforts that have been made, all the efforts through the nationally determined contributions to continue to work at our environment. These things are commendable and need to continue. Now, I want to highlight, I don't know whether we have a representative of the Central Bank of Eswatini. In March of this year, we in the UN, together with the Central Bank, led by the governor, we convened a meeting. I like to believe it was exactly in this room, but I could be wrong. It could have been in this very room. And this meeting, a roundtable, was focused on how we can leverage policy tools to encourage financing of sustainable development. And the important thing is we heard from the Reserve Bank of India, who are our guest speakers, about how India, over a period of over 50 years, identified key sectors, priority sectors, and deliberately created policies managed through the Reserve Bank of India that encouraged private actors, including commercial banks, to invest in those priority sectors, including education, including ICT, including agriculture and energy. And therefore, when you look at India today, what we are seeing, the rise in India, their dominance in the Silicon Valley in the US is not by accident. It's because they chose to invest in particular ways in things that are now bearing fruit. So local agency, we can have solutions, but how we leverage the resources we have, the tools that we have to be able to forge our development. So let's not forget our own local solutions and agency and how we can change. Finally, let me talk about UN value proposition. Now, again, for us in the UN, we're always striving to be the best partner possible for the governments where we find ourselves serving and the people of the countries where we find ourselves serving. So among things in terms of our proposition, first of all, our convening power, our ability to bring people to the table. Diverse voices, stakeholders, each contributing innovative ideas and solutions. And so part of our partnership here is to ensure that we help to bring the expertise on the table in order for us to discuss the right issues with the right information. Second, we are available to always support shifts in terms of policy and regulatory frameworks, particularly around the areas that I have talked about earlier, how we can leverage our policy tools to be able to mobilize our resources in order to invest where we need to invest with our local resources, while at the same time seeking partnerships and also leveraging our voices in global platforms to ensure that we have the resources that we need. And finally, capacity building is central to everybody, whether this is the private sector, whether it is government institutions, civil society, academia. We are available to support the idea of building capacities. So as we meet today, I really want to encourage all of us and leaving you with a final thought. And it's a quote from Oliver Wendell Holmes. It's a bit complicated, but it's about complexity, so it matches. He said, for the simplicity, this side of complexity, I would not give you a penny. But for the simplicity, the other side of complexity, I would give you my life. Right? It's about how we invest to deal with the complexity that we find ourselves in, how we become, as privileged actors in this space, we become the interpreters that help our people to move from the complexity we face today to the simplicity they are looking for, which is better lives for everybody. We are well placed to be the interpreters, the mediators for everyone. So this is an invitation to a conversation. It's an invitation to imagination, new imagination that can help us to move things forward. So welcome everyone to this conversation. Nyabonga Berunene.
Siyabonga, Mr. Wachira. Thank you very much for reminding us today that we are Generation Restoration. So I will greet Generation Restoration again. I've just remembered that I just came here and I've been introducing other people, and some people might be wondering, okay, so who is she? I am Duduzile Nhlenge Thomasina. I'm the Director of Meteorology in the Ministry of Tourism and Environmental Affairs, where we also work on climate change coordination on behalf of the Kingdom of Eswatini. And it is such a pleasure once again to be standing in front of you, being the right people, gathered at the right time over the right issues. And I believe we will bring the right information for us to make the right decision and forge the way forward together. We need sustainability, and it is very key. We always say we want to develop, and develop we will, but we need to balance all the three pillars of sustainability and all the SDGs we need to drive towards meeting. At this point in time, I would like to take this opportunity to invite my undersecretary, who is currently the acting principal secretary, to come forward and introduce our minister, who is also holding all the other caps that have already been indicated. Ms. Constance Vilagati, please take the podium.
The UNRC, the Honorable Minister for Tourism and Environmental Affairs, members of the Diplomatic Corps, captains of industry, senior government officials, distinguished guests, members of the media houses, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As I've been rightly introduced, I am Constance Vilagati, the Undersecretary in the Ministry. I feel greatly honored to be part of this second edition of the Green Indaba and to be the one to introduce the guest speaker, the Honorable Minister for Tourism and Environmental Affairs, Margaret Jane Mkontas Melani. The Honorable Minister is an elected member of Parliament from Mbabane West, and we thank the people of Mbabane West for choosing a woman. She is a former civil servant, so before becoming the minister, she served the government of Eswatini for nearly 40 years. I think it's 39 years, 8 months. She is a gender specialist and served in the as a gender specialist for about 19 years and has made a significant contribution to the gender issues in the country. She also had the position of the regional secretary for Lubombo and retired as an undersecretary. She's a very energetic and hard worker. Through her leadership, the ministry has been able to achieve a lot in the tourism and environmental issues. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, may you please join me, welcome the Honorable Minister to make her address. Thank you.
Yes, you can sit down. Yeah, the first thing that we have to attend to is the podium. Every time before I speak, this is too high for me. So from now onwards, the hotel has to provide a minimum standard. I should consider this height. It's not called short, but it's the minimum standard height. Before I read the Honorable Prime Minister's speech, may I assure RC that the partnership in the House is a strong force to reckon with, especially in the bid to move from complexity to simplicity, because those were the quotes he used at the end. The regional administrator for the region, the UN resident coordinator, the RR from UNDP, and other UN agencies, Governor of the Central Bank of Eswatini, CEO of the FSRA, CEO and champions of various organizations present in the House, government ministries present, company representatives, invited guests. Good morning. Anivumi. Aningifuni nje ekuseni kusa. Good morning. Yes, I feel welcome. I'm bringing with me greetings from His Excellency, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, who couldn't be with us this morning due to other national pressing issues that he had to attend to. So I was delegated to read his speech. Otherwise, I had my own for introducing him. So I'll just abandon that and concentrate on his speech. It is with great honor and enthusiasm that I welcome you to this second edition of the Green Indaba. We gather here today under the banner of building a resilient and sustainable future for Eswatini and Africa. Leveraging partnerships, which is goal number 17, innovation and policy mechanisms to confront one of the most pressing challenges for our time, climate change. As many of you are aware, climate change represents a wicked threat to sustainable development, with its impact particularly severe in developing regions such as Sahara Africa, including Eswatini, bearing the brunt of these effects, particularly given our resilience on climate-sensitive sectors such as agriculture. The 2023 Global Climate Risk Index has underscored the vulnerability of our region, which faces some of the most severe economic losses as a percentage of GDP due to climate-related challenges. In Eswatini, the consequences of climate change are all too evident. We have witnessed prolonged droughts, erratic rainfall, and increasingly frequent extreme weather events. These phenomena do not only jeopardize our food security, but also pose significant risk to the health and well-being of our people. Our agricultural sector, which is vital to our economy and livelihoods, has been hit hard with notable declines in crop yields and increasing food insecurity. The past season was characterized by El Nino, whose effects, exacerbated by climate change, resulted in drought in a greater part of Southern Africa. Although Eswatini experienced normal rainfall, above normal in some parts, the rainfall distribution was weather extremes had a negative effect. The pre-harvest assessment revealed that despite the planted area remaining relatively stable, there is an estimated 12.5% decline in the country's forecast harvest compared to the 2022-2023 season. Some of the crops, like sorghum and groundnuts, are expected to have a significant decline of 44% and 51% respectively. This is mainly attributed to the heat wave experienced between January and February, and hailstorms, among other factors. This, coupled with wider regional drought, is expected to result in a significant amount of nation being food insecure and in an a surge in food prices. This has potential to exacerbate the prevalence of stunning in children under 5, which is a key indicator of chronic malnutrition and currently stands at about 25.5%. These figures are not just statistics, they are a call to action. With the changing climate, we are now observing the earlier starts of the winter time winds that we had known as July winds, and they are now lasting longer. They start from June to August. These winds, coupled with the dry vegetation characteristics of the winter season, unfortunately present a good environment for runaway fires. Njengoba sibona nje in the country is now black because of the fires. Maswati Lamahle, what is currently being observed in the country is nothing for us to be proud of. Let us be more vigilant in ensuring that there is no cloud of smoke in our landscape. Smoke results in poor air quality, affecting human health. Furthermore, these fires mean our livestock, which has been doing well during the past summer, will have nothing to eat, taking the food insecurity to a higher level. The land degradation that follows such event will lead to further poor food production, resulting in more malnutrition and associated negative effects of our health and health systems. As a country, we continue to invest in emergency food aid and relief efforts. These measures, while crucial, present a temporal solution. We need more sustainable solution. We therefore must address the vulnerabilities, innovative strategies built on robust partnerships. Only then can we get closer to achieving the sustainable development goals, but particularly those related to climate action, zero hunger, good health, and well-being. As we take climate action, it is important that we do not lose sight of building resilience and sustainable future for Eswatini and Africa at large. We should keep in mind the need to balance three pillars of sustainability, that is people, profit, it. So we should do in a manner that leaves no one behind. Our youth, whose numbers are rapidly growing, represent both a challenge and an opportunity. As the UN would say that we should take advantage of the demographic dividend. By harnessing their energy and creativity, we can drive forward climate action and sustainable development initiatives that benefit all. Gender equality, which is my passion, is also central to this endeavor, ensuring that both women and men are empowered to contribute to and benefit from sustainable growth. We should also remember and accommodate the disabled and all other disadvantaged groups. The 2024, coming to gender equality, we should also bear in mind that with effects of climate change, women are mostly affected by climate change. When there is no food, we expect to get food from women. When there is no water, they are supposed to do miracles. They are supposed to jump high to get water, to get food, to bring food on the table. Even when the animals do not have food, They are the ones who should go and cut grass and bring food to the animals and water to the animals. The 2024 Green Indaba building builds on the success of last year's inaugural event, where green financing was considered. Over these 2 days, you will be focusing on how we can forge a resilient and sustainable future through effective partnerships, innovative solutions, and sound policy mechanisms. In particular, I challenge you all to address crucial topics such as climate-smart food systems, the intersection of environmental sustainability and public health, and the essential okay, let me start afresh. In particular, I challenge you all to address crucial topics such as climate smart food systems, the intersection of environmental sustainability and public health, and its essentials. Also consider how youth empowerment and gender equality can be enhanced, and the role it can play in making our efforts towards resilience and sustainability more effective. As government, the Indaba with the private sector is very important, as climate action and sustainability calls for all of us to work together. We cannot overcome the challenge at hand if we continue to work in silos. We are pulling the same yoke, and we need to talk to each other, ensure we are in tandem. We need an integrated approach to this phenomenon. As we engage in the discussions and deliberations, let us remember that our actions must be guided by the principles of sustainability and equality. It is through collective effort and innovative thinking that we will overcome the challenges posed by climate change and secure a thriving future for Eswatini and for Africa. Looking at or thinking about what the RC was saying about the upcoming meeting in the UN, I think the country is proactive enough, because we will go to the UN with a national position, especially on financing climate issues. I will not take my seat before extending my sincere gratitude to our partners, the Central Bank of Eswatini, the Financial Services Regulatory Authority, the Eswatini Stock Exchange, USAID, the University of Eswatini, GRI, SNG, Grant, whatever, Thornton, and the United Nations. Your unwavering support, collaboration, and commitment is vital to the success of this Indaba, and to the broader goal of building a resilient, low-carbon economy for our nation. In closing, I am confident that the insights and strategies developed here will pave the way for significant progress in our climate resilience and sustainable development efforts. Let us move forward with determination and unity, committed to creating a legacy of positive change for generations to come. With these words, this dialogue, this Indaba is officially open. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, on behalf of the Prime Minister. This brings us to the close of our opening session. And as we are at the close of our opening session, we will have a health break. But before that, before we can continue with everything else, I will request that our high tables, including our key partners, be joined by the media outside. Baphelele and Manto will assist us for a group or family photo that we will have, and then we will continue to be guided. Baphelele is already by the door. There she is. Yes, it will be just by the steps. Will assist us with that, and then we will be guided as well. Take our tea break. Thank you very much.
the room would like to see the faces of our colleagues so that this can be as interactive as possible. Yeah, if you can assist with that. Wow, that was not expected, but yeah, we'll deal with that. So welcome to this session. Thank you to the minister. Thank you to the colleagues from the UN who presented earlier in the morning. As indicated earlier, we are running a little bit behind from a time perspective. So we've requested colleagues to at least donate 5 minutes per session, and we'll shorten our lunch and other things. We'll find ways. You know, we are problem solvers as consultants, right? We don't create problems, we just solve them, right, Noktula?
Yes, yes.
Great. So we're moving on, colleagues. The next topic has got to deal with climate responsive food systems. And the objective for that session is to promote resilient, sustainable food systems capable of withstanding climate impacts. The minister touched on that, so we're looking forward to that. The order of events for this day, morning and afternoon, there will be presentations followed by panel discussions. There is a moderator for that, which we'll introduce shortly. But before we do so, please remind us of our sponsors, our partners.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here in honor of our sponsors for the 2024 Green Indaba, being SNG Grant Thornton, United Nations Eswatini, the government of Eswatini, and we also have partners whom are the Central Bank of Eswatini, FSRA, University of Eswatini, Eswatini Stock Exchange, Power Africa, and Wonderport Nectar Eswatini. May you please give a round of applause for our sponsors and partners.
Great. Moving on without wasting time, let us introduce the moderator, who in turn will introduce the presenter and also the panelist. The moderator will be Umnumzane, Mr. Begizizwe Mazia, the CEO of Nambot Eswatini. Mr. Mazia, please come to the podium.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, program directors. All protocol observed, at least it has been reduced at this stage. As introduced, unfortunately, I've been wrongly introduced. My name is Begizwe Mazia, not Begizizwe. I'm the Chief Executive Officer from NAMPOT. I've been assigned this task to moderate this session number 1, which is relating to climate responsive food systems. In the interest of time, I'm not going to be doing much talk. I have a presenter for this session and panelists, but at the moment, I would start by outlining the objective of this session, which is mainly to look into issues of promoting resilience and sustainable food systems that are capable of withstanding climate impacts. I think, ladies and gentlemen, we are all aware, and we have seen the effects of climate change, how it has been affecting us. It no longer affects farmers now. We have seen homesteads receiving hailstorms that went through the roof into their houses. Those are the effects of climate change. So this is to say, even if you have not been at close vicinity with climate change, you have experienced that in the past few months. The key discussion points under this session would be to look into innovations in climate smart agriculture and their implications in Eswatini and Africa at large. I think, as we know, as a country, we are an agro-based economy. So our economy, our food comes from agriculture. So when climate change hits us, it threatens our food security, it threatens our food sustainability. So there is a need for such Indaba, for us to come together to look at how we can overcome, how we can innovate sustainable means of production so that there is sustainable agriculture. We need to come out here with strategies on how to enhance food security through sustainable agricultural practices. I would repeat, agriculture is under threat. So we need to come up with those innovative strategies. And lastly, as a discussion point, we need to look at the role of technology and data in building resilient food systems. The participation of EU, this is where they come in most in terms of technology in innovation in agriculture, which has not been there previously, but that is what we need at this moment. May I, without further waste of time, introduce our presenter for today, who is Mr. Cuthbert Kambanje from Food Agricultural Organization, who is an agro-systems and investment officer. He would make a presentation. I'm not going to call on stage the panelists for now so that we allow him to make the presentation. Then I'll come back to call on the panelists to come on stage so that we reflect on his presentation. Mr. Kambanje, you will come, sir. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, thank you very much. I want to ride on the salutations and the observation of protocol that has been done before in the interest of time. While I ask them to switch off, maybe, I don't know if it's not going to be visible. Maybe we don't need the... So, my name is Cuthbert Kambanje. I'm coming from the Food and Agriculture Organization of the UN, from the sub-regional office for Southern Africa, but operating from here in the kingdom. We were asked to make a presentation on climate responsive agro-food system transformation. It's not an easy task to make the first technical presentation, but trust me, I'll try to give it a good shot. So we are always supposed to do this to beat our chest as the oldest, one of the oldest UN agencies. So FAO is a member organization, one of the technical agencies of the UN, which is tasked with dealing with the issues of hunger. And this is why we are always asked to deal with issues of norms and standards. Can you hear me? This mic, okay. I almost have to speak with my tongue right on the mic, so. But I was saying, this is FAO. I won't take much time because I know that there are people who might not know FAO. The presentation itself is going to focus on a number of issues. Firstly, look at some key defining trends that we find ourselves living in. And then achievements, because there's been a lot of work around dealing with issues of responding to climate change and addressing its impacts. So I'll look at what has been done, especially in the context of the Africa region. Then come back again to the issue of what are we talking about when we say food system transformation. And then I think the most important part is some entry points for a climate responsive food system transformation. So allow me to go to the first part, which is looking at some mega trends. And I want to come this side so I can be able to point. You see, in terms of the projections in population, 50% of the world population in terms of growth is coming from Africa. And by this is by 2050. So there's rapid population growth, and the number of young people is also very big. Over 60% of Africa's population is below 25 years of age. This has been spoken about. It has got its own advantages, and there are also challenges that come with it. High levels of unemployment, and these are big problems, but these are the mega trends. But there's also rising income per capita, meaning people are getting more and more in terms of what gets into their pockets. Population, if you look at sub-Saharan Africa, this is where we are somewhere here. But by 2050, it would have doubled. So population growth is very high. Then one of the other major trend is that there's very fast urbanization. It's not just here in Eswatini. Across Africa and in Southern Africa, it's higher than everywhere, 59%. But the main problem is that it's premature. In many cases, it's premature. It is associated with what we call premature rural to urban migration. The urban areas are not yet ready to carry all that population. And this leads to a number of vices that we find ourselves associated with. This also triggers a number of issues related to how food is being consumed, changes in the type of food that is being consumed, the demand for processed foods, and more demand for meat products, and so on. And all this comes with different forms of challenges. Some of them health challenges, because people are not eating healthy anymore. And this one is looking at per capita food consumption. You see the sub-Saharan Africa part has the greatest potential. So when you look at the growth, this gap, it's higher compared to any other of these regions. So basically, what it is saying is that Africa is the last frontier in terms of major changes in how food is produced, is being eaten, and coming with a different set of challenges. Now, turning to the rate at which Africa, or sub-Saharan Africa to be specific, we are warming at twice the global rate. In other words, temperatures are much higher compared to, when you look at the impact of climate change, it's much higher in the sub-Saharan Africa. And this one is just giving you, this map is giving you from this side. It's giving you the change in annual precipitation from 2015 to 20, I can't see the years there. But the main point here is that where you see this brown color, it's actually areas where precipitation is going down. And for sub-Saharan Africa, it's way bigger than everywhere else. So it's not just the temperature, but it's also the precipitation which is going down. So what we conclude is that we have generally warmer and drier conditions, exposure to multiple hazards, droughts, floods, heat waves, warmer and shorter, drier growing seasons. In the context of Eswatini, we know how hail devastated some of the production, even infrastructure, and so on. There's also a reduction in areas suitable for cropping and the yield of crops and livestock. less food available, more transboundary water issues. So all these are issues that come with climate change. I think this has been spoken about, the Anthropocene, where we see the impact of human activity on the Earth's geology becomes more apparent, leading to all these. But knowledge has deepened in many respects, including general improvements in levels of literacy. Technology has greatly advanced, ICTs, robotics, automation, and many other, artificial intelligence, and so on. These conditions are altering our planning environment and need to plan for, means we need to plan for a dynamic environment. But there have been some achievements in terms of dealing with mitigation and adaptation. At the continental level, there's all these continental level processes, Malabo Declaration, and so on. At SADC level, they have the SADC Vision 2030, the Regional Economic Strategic Development Plan. We know that many countries have come up with nationally determined contributions, and others have also developed the national adaptation plans. We know that that process is ongoing for Eswatini. And a number of processes. We have a regional process for estimating or prediction of weather, whether it is working well, whether it is giving us the correct, that's a story for another day, but that process is there. So there is a lot of progress that has been made, and a lot of other technologies and practices that are being promoted in many respects. But one thing that is a big problem is that there's a lot of investment that is going into dealing with climate change and in general smallholder farmer development. Over 80,000 projects in developing countries. This is looking at what development projects and also others related to emergency. There's a multitude of agencies, including UN agencies, that spend a lot of money on dealing with the issue of the impacts of climate change. Massive input distribution programs by African governments in almost every country. And in many cases, they are leading to over-reliance on input handouts, and they've created chronic dependency problems. But the food situation doesn't change. Malnutrition remains a problem, and the main point here is something is very wrong with the way we are doing things, because we are investing a lot, but the food system still is not yielding what we are looking for. So there are many challenges. They could be framed differently, but what we are seeing is that there's a glaring lack of instruments, tools, and incentives to facilitate the switch to resilient, sustainable, and inclusive food systems. There are no incentives for people to switch, or it's very costly to switch. So much non-transformative investment in smallholders, resulting in nothing to show for it over time across Africa. Institutions that fail have no mechanisms to hold resource managers to account. In other words, we spend and spend and spend doing the very same thing, yielding the very same result, and nobody asks about it. It's just to give you a picture of the problem that we are faced with. But let's come back to, it's unfortunate, it might not be very clear from where you are sitting, But this is just an attempt to define what we are calling agro-food systems. It consists of all the stakeholders that participate in the coordinated production and value-adding activities that are needed to make food products, let's just put it that way. And it becomes sustainable if it's profitable. We're looking at economic sustainability, and there's broad-based benefits for society. That's social sustainability, and shows a positive neutral impact on the natural environment. That's environmental sustainability. I've got another diagram that I'll show you with the additional. Okay, thank you. But I think the main point here is that inclusive, innovative, small order-centered business models are drivers for development, which pick up the poor and move upwards with them in the transformation process. So we may need to really consider the value chain development processes and look at them as a major driver in dealing with issues of development. This is just additional information on the principles that further the ecological, social, and economic values of a community and region. This is about sustainable food value chain development. Again, additional concepts. I think the main point here, this SFVCD is sustainable food value chain development, which is where we would want to transform to. It has got these aspects, the social impacts, looking at all the issues related to this, to the society and how we live. Between that and the economic, we have inclusive growth, meaning we need to see both the profits and all these other economic aspects. If there's a good interaction there, then we get inclusive growth. Again, if there's a good interaction between economic impacts and the environmental impacts, we achieve what we are calling green growth. And then if there's a good interaction between the social and the environmental impacts, we have eco-social progress. But if you get all of them right, then you have sustainable food value chain development. So this is just for us to have a good conceptual understanding of what we're talking about. So moving forward, it's just to give some indicative entry points for climate responsive food system transformation. What we're observing is that what is needed is strong measures to transform the agri-food systems to become more resilient. And the key word here is strong, because we've been doing some things, but apparently they are not yielding what we are looking for. Number one, with respect to climate resilient agro-food system development, nothing should be left to chance. We should look at sustainable food value chain development as a very clinical exercise where nothing is left to chance. Like any other modern process, a system where service relationships between players are carefully defined, a system where government has a clear role to ease the cost of doing business, especially for small-scale players, value chain players, be they farmers or processors, market players, even our mothers who are selling. It should not be difficult for them to do their business. Reduce over-regulation and bureaucracy that small-scale players face in formalizing their businesses. It should not be costly to formalize a business. And this is the big reason why people don't formalize. It is because it's costly. Then we need to look at everything with a climate lens. This is just an example of a model which we are promoting within FAO of how clinical sustainable food value chain development should be treated. Unfortunately, I don't know if you can see. This is the one. It always starts with an off-take agreement. And off-take agreement means there's a market for the produce. And this is a model where a community service enterprise, which can be owned by farmers or partly with government or any other with other players. So the whole system should carefully define the relationships between the production side of the farmers, the aggregation processes that will be involved, the payment systems and how it's done, the services that are provided to the farmers, including mechanization services, input delivery, extension service, and so on. With such clear, I know that in the House there might be some coming from the financial sector. With such clear relationships carefully defined, it is likely that financiers will put money into the process. So this is just one example. There could be other processes. So that's the first entry point. We need to be clinical in terms of approaching food value chain development. The second one is to look at the water footprint approach. Why is it so important? Because we are faced with water scarcity. And when you look at food consumption and the impact of the type of food that we consume, going down here is the type of consumption, and this is the environmental impact. So as you consume more processed foods, more meat products, and your impact on the environment and also your water footprint becomes bigger. As you consume less processed foods, fresh food, a wide variety of foods, and use resilient crops and so on, and very limited consumption of processed foods, the impact on the environment is also lower, and the footprint is smaller. So there's a small water footprint for a healthy diet. So this is a very important entry point for us, because the more we switch to eating healthy, we actually leave a smaller footprint on the environment, and also as we address the impact of climate change. The third entry point is the application of regenerative approaches. Regenerative agriculture is a system of agricultural practices that support biodiversity, enrich soils, improve watersheds, and increase the capacity of soil to capture carbon, contributing to the reversal of global warming. Most importantly, it supports natural rehabilitation of landscapes through design and implementation of ecosystem catalytic self-regenerative activities. Regeneration of ecological assets such as wetlands, woodlots, rangelands, leading to more and better, you get more ecosystem services, and the ecosystem becomes better, and you can provide better services. So this is very important. But you will see that it will help in maintaining and reinforcing positive cycles of well-being within and beyond the ecosystems themselves, and especially between humans and nature, such that life begets life. So the more we allow the environment to regenerate, to self-regenerate, it automatically brings more life to the whole system. So regenerative approaches are a major entry point. There's also what we are calling green technologies. At a broader level, there's a number of them. Emissions treatment, where you actually treat emissions. This is largely from an industrial scale. Waste to energy processes, biofuels, solar energy, and so on. But looking at agriculture, there's a conservation agriculture techniques, integrated farming techniques, tunnel production, shade netting, plastic mulch, vertical production, and many others. These are important entry points which either save water or they have minimal disturbance to the environment. So very important entry point, green technologies. Was it the fourth or the fifth one? I don't know, numbering I think it is number 4. Leveraging ICTs and digital technologies. I think it's one of the key out of the UN, the 6 transitions. Digital technologies make everything, almost everything efficient. Of course, we know that the academia will tell you, the relationship with jobs and so on. But we know that when you apply technology, there is, especially digital technologies, there is some efficiency gains that are experienced. So digital agriculture encompasses a wide range of technologies, most of which have multiple applications along the agricultural value chain. Cloud computing, data, artificial intelligence, and so on. There's also precision agriculture, based on observing, measuring, and responding to temporal spatial variability. You don't just spread fertilizer, but you apply it according to the needs of the soil at a specific point in your plot. So, very important. Digital technologies, automation, precision technologies at production level, monitoring resource use and degradation. Yes, thank you. Through Earth observation, you can actually trace how far you are going in terms of expanding into wetlands, for example, the level of vegetation, destruction of vegetation, opening more land for production, and so on. You can use a number of technologies, including Earth observation, and we have a number of projects within the FAO which are already doing this. Very important because it tells you how you are using your resources. Then e-extension, e-marketing, use of apps, very important because it reduces, in many cases, and increases the efficiency of the processes. Artificial intelligence, and so on. So digital technologies are a very important entry point. But the key thing is that switching to new ways of doing things is easier said than done, especially for resource-poor communities affected the most by climate change. So this is a major problem that we face. We know what to do in many cases, but to make it happen is a major problem. And that was supposed to be number 5. I am sure the numbering got mixed up there. So the way to do it, what we are seeing from learning from where things have worked, there's need for instruments and tools and incentives to facilitate the switch to resilient, sustainable, and inclusive food systems. So we need a range of carefully designed policy instruments. There are a number of them. It could be smart subsidies, matching grants, digressive subsidies, and grants which clearly articulate the graduation models so that we don't create dependency syndrome. If subsidies are not smart, they should be discontinued. A range of smallholder inclusive blended financial instruments meant to de-risk and share risk, spread risk, and agricultural insurance products meant to attract private capital into smallholder agriculture. Very important. Structure incentive frameworks to support fit-for-purpose institutions in the agro-food system. We are moving, we're not saying farmer organizations are not important, but the type of organization that is needed is vertical organization where you are able to link the smallholder farmers with the rest of the value chain players. This is what is emerging from where sustainable value chain development has worked. So there is more that can be said around here. If you look across right into South Africa, you will see that the value chains, they organize vertically. Yes, farm organizations are there, but the organization is actually vertical. So just as examples of policy instruments amenable for promoting agricultural investments and also sustainable food system transformation. There's an agricultural development fund that has just been launched in Eswatini, a range of blended finance instruments, loan facilitation measures, specific agencies to promote aggregation and investments, measures to enable the business of agriculture, commodity sector development plan agreements. We're looking at the whole value chain and asking players to come to the table, discuss, agree on objectives, agree on measures that should make that particular value chain work. Industry associations, I've spoken about that, spatial development initiatives, and digitizing the whole process. So these are just examples, there could be more. This is probably the last slide, if I'm not mistaken, or the one before the last. In FAO, we have a new strategic framework where the accelerators for agri-food system transformation have been defined. The first one is data and information systems, digital technologies, second one, innovation, technology, policies and institutions. Then the complements are governance, human capital, and institutions. But above all, you need political will, because if you're going to change many things, you're going to disturb many at different levels, at personal, organizational. So there has to be some kind of will at the leadership level to make those changes. And this is my last slide. I want to say we should be game changers. The world has enough followers. What I was saying, if you were not listening, I was saying there are some very defining mega trends that we are living with. We need strong measures to transform the agri-food system to become resilient. We need to apply regenerative approaches. We need to apply water footprint approach. We need to treat sustainable food value chain development as a very clinical exercise where nothing is left to chance. We need to leverage the ICTs and digital technologies. We need strong implementable policy and financial instruments to incentivize uptake of new technologies and new ways of doing things. It's costly to switch. Lastly, we need to harness the accelerators of agri-food system transformation. And I mentioned data, digital technologies, political will, and others. Ladies and gentlemen, this was my last slide. I want to thank you very much for listening. Ngiyabonga. Asante. Merci. Obrigado.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kambanje. Can we give him another round of applause, please? Thank you. Before I call on stage the panelists, just a few takeaways from the presentation. Mr. Kambanje has highlighted that the population is expected to double by 2050. That's the world population. What does it mean to agro production? Precipitation is projected to continue declining while temperatures are expected to continue increasing. That is a serious threat. The underlying statement is that there is a need to switch to new ways of doing things. That's the underlying statement. However, there's a conflicting statement that says there is no incentive for people to switch to resilient and sustainable means of production. So we hope this gathering is going to help us to find, to connect the puzzle to come together. May I, at this juncture, call on stage the panelists coming from different fields. May I start by Mrs. Tanilu Pupa, who coming from World Vegetable Center. She is the gene bank manager. Mrs. Pupa, please walk to the stage. She would be followed Ministries Africa. Mr. Mashoma, please walk to the stage. May I also call upon Mr. Christopher Mtetwa, who is the Senior Agriculture Officer from the Ministry of Agriculture. Please walk to the stage, Mr. Mtetwa. May I also call upon Ms. Nokpiwa Sitole, who is the Program Manager from Eswatini National Agricultural Union as now. Please walk to the stage, madam. Lastly, but not least, may I call on stage Ms. Saima Shanika, who is the Advocacy and Partnerships from World Food Program Southern Africa Region Office. Please walk to the stage, madam. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our panel. The expectation is that the panel would react to the presentation. I will be the moderator. There are questions that will be posed to each of the panelists. In a nutshell, in general, we would want to address the issue that relates to innovative practices. What are those innovative practices that we need to adhere to? How can innovative agricultural practices and technologies help build climate resilient food systems in our region? That's one of the main questions we need to interrogate and address as panelists. We would also need to talk to the issue of community involvement. Agriculture is community-based. Production happens in the communities. How do we then involve the community? What role do local communities play in implementing climate-responsive food systems? And how can we ensure their active participation and benefits? This is for record purposes. And lastly, the key issue is how can policy and investment help to catalyze the sustainability in agriculture? The key question is what policy changes and investment strategies are necessary to support the transition to climate-responsive food systems? And how can stakeholders collaborate to achieve these goals? These are the general questions which I would request any of the panelists to respond to. It is reacting to the presentation in general. We will then go to specific key questions to individuals. Can I give the podium to you, panelists? These are general questions for now. Can anyone volunteer amongst you to respond? Let us take the first question. It is in relation to innovative practices. How can innovative agricultural practices and technologies help build climate resilient food systems in the region? I would give you Mr. Mashwama to give it a start so that the rest of us can react. Thank you.
Thank you very much. By brief introduction, my name is Sabelo Mashwama. I'm with Fresh Ministries. Fresh Ministries is an international NGO headquartered in Jacksonville, Florida, in America. We have offices in Cape Town, Nairobi, Kenya, and in Johannesburg. I'm based in Johannesburg. It's quite interesting that as the presentation was being done, I was looking at my notes, my presentation or my talk will respond to that, will touch to that. And what interested me, Mr. Kambaje, is that at the end you said, in case you were listening, and then you gave us some blocks. And then I was looking at what we do. That is in our strategy. That is in our plan. That is in our plan. Basically, what Fresh Ministries does is that we are in the sustainable climate smart food production. We combine it with ITC. We also look at economic development. We look at environmental friendliness of our productions, and also we are looking at the social impact in terms of the involvement of communities. In the Kingdom of Eswatini, we have deliberately selected to work with a faith-based organization, in particular the Anglican Church of Eswatini, because it is our belief that in communities, people who gather on a regular basis are the faith-based groups. And people who are anchors of social responses in the communities will also be in the faith-based. All of us, we are members of our families, we are also members of community, but on a particular day of worship, we congregate somewhere. So that doesn't mean that this is an exclusive partnership that we are forging, but the entry point, we have chosen the Anglican Church of Eswatini to work with, under the advice of SNG. So the technology that we have chosen to make a contribution to this space is aquaponic farming, which I'm going to elaborate a little bit later about it, where we farm aquatic animals like fish, and then we couple that with horticultural produce. And in the presentation I saw, fish was put up somewhere up there as one of the processed. We have turned it around. Our fish is at the lowest, actually, because it's a source of nutrients for the plants where there's no harsh chemicals that are introduced. We're using strictly organic. I think I've taken too long to respond, but that's our first take. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mteta. I'll give this one to you, Ms. Nokpiwa. What role do communities play in implementing climate responsive food systems, and how can we ensure their active participation and benefit?
Thank you so much, and good afternoon to everyone. My name is Nokpiwa Tole. I'm from Eswatini National Farmers Union, known as ESNAU. We are working with farmers in Eswatini, representing more than 13,000 farmers in Eswatini. So, in a nutshell, we'll say most of the households in Eswatini, they are farmers. We are all raised by farmers. As you are sitting here, you sometimes call yourself a farmer. So we believe in consultations. Farmers need to be consulted. We believe that as farmers, we need to sit down with stakeholders. We discuss issues of climate change. As I speak today, the poorest of all in Eswatini is a farmer. The one that is affected most by climate change is a farm. When there is a risk, when there is a storm, when there is flood, the risk is paid by the farm. The banker will want the money. The insurance will sometimes provide, and sometimes they don't provide the insurance. So there is a need for stakeholders to meet together and discuss how we work together with the communities, with the farmers, to ensure that we develop resilient farming systems. I will make an example. Like last year, there was a storm which affected farmers. There is one farmer who lost something like 880,000 emalangeni. And there's another farmer who lost something like 200,000 emalangeni. The banker was there for the money. Government was there to say sorry. And then who is going to help this farmer to go back into production? It was only Namport who came to say, come Agritech, come smiling through. Let me help you to go back into production. But as we sit here, we are stakeholders that we are saying we're dealing with climate change. So where are the stakeholders when the farmer is affected? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Tolem. Automatically, this one falls to you, Mr. Mteto. I don't want you to say you are sorry, but what policy changes and investment strategies are necessary to support the transition to climate-responsive food systems, and how can stakeholders collaborate to achieve these goals?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Under the policies, I think we have a lot of policies the ministry is working under, like the National Climate Change Policy, which is under the Ministry of Tourism and Environmental Affairs, but directly affecting agriculture. And this policy supports the development of a sustainable, climate resilient and inclusive low carbon green growth economy. There's also the National Change Strategy and Action Plan, which is also under MTEA, which seeks to enhance the country's adaptive capacity to climate change, to achieve sustainable development, and contribute to a better quality of life for the country. Then there is the Green Climate Fund country program, which provides a background on climate change impacts in the country and highlights financial needs to drive climate action. We also have the Environmental Management Act, also under the Ministry of Tourism, which provides for and promotes the enhancement, protection, and conservation of the environment, and where appropriate, the sustainable management of natural resources. There's also the Eswatini National Biodiversity Strategic and Action Plan, which supports the improvement of the country's biodiversity by monitoring the reduction of threats and pressures, safeguarding ecosystem, encouraging sustainable utilization, and mainstreaming and integrating biodiversity into national plans and strategies to contribute to national development objectives. We also have the National Strategy and Action Plan for plant genetic resources for food and agriculture. This is directly under our ministry, and this serves as a blueprint for the management of the country's plant genetic resources for food and agriculture. We also have the National Drought Plan, which is under the ministry, Deputy Prime Minister's Office. I think it recognizes the need to strengthen local capacity in disaster risk reduction, as well as climate adaptation and the need for climate-smart agriculture practices and technology. Under the Ministry of Agriculture, we have the Comprehensive Agricultural Sector Policy, which ensures that the agriculture, forestry, and fisheries sectors contributes fully to economic growth, food security, poverty alleviation, and sustainable natural resources management. Lastly, we have the National Food Security Policy, which provides guidelines for the strategies and measures that must be adopted in order to improve food security for all the people of Eswatini. The food should be available, should be accessible, and it should be utilized, and the nutrition part is also very important. We have some programs or projects under the ministry which supports the resilience to climate change, which includes some of the projects which are done by FAO, one of them being promoting the adoption and upscaling of innovative and nature-based production for improved resilience to climate change. Then there is also the green development of baby vegetables to facilitate export. Others are under E-Weight, which build capacity of farmers on climate-smart agriculture practices. There's also...
I think you've mentioned enough, Mr.
Okay,
Mr.
all right, okay, thank you.
Yes, the concern is we are still not food secure as a country. When we have so many policies, I think we'll end up with the real mitigation measures, the real solutions that will address the food security issue. Can we now move on? Mage Lpupa, how is the Vegetable Center leveraging its gene bank to enhance climate-resilient food system, and what innovative practices are you implementing to ensure food security in the face of climate change?
Thank you, moderator. I'm Thandile Popa, and in my life I've worked with farmers. So the only thing I know is seeds. I work in the gene bank where we conserve seed. And the seed that we are keeping, we collected them from the farmers. So it's not seed that is improved, but it's just crop diversity that has been collected from farmers. So the World Veg is leveraging by ensuring that the seed that we keep there is conserved properly and maintained alive. We should not be distributing seed that is dead. So we are having facilities that ensure that the seed is kept viable. Now, the gene banks, maybe some of you don't even know where it is housed. It is under the Ministry of Agriculture, and it is based in Malkens Research Station. It facilitates the collection of these seeds, as I've mentioned, and we involve a lot of farmers when we teach the farmers on why we have to collect, because this seed is for now and the future. And it has been evolving as the climate is changing, meaning that there is a lot we can tap from these seeds. In order to tap anything, you need to characterize. So the innovations that we are doing, we use technologies like molecular marker, extracting the DNA so that we check how the DNA is for each particular accession. Before doing that, we compare that information with characterization using morphological means, where you plant and you measure the traits of that crop, and the users of that material will request and we give them what they are asking for, especially researchers. So they use that seed for crop improvement and develop varieties that are going to grow, maybe we match with the climate change. Other than that, with farmers, we establish groups where we promote what we call on-farm conservation. We request the farmers to continue maintaining their crop varieties on their fields. We monitor the diversity they are having and also encourage them to restore if they lose any crop. We, as the gene bank, we then supplement and give them whatever they are missing in their diversity. So maybe that's how we leverage in the means of improving the availability of food systems under the climate change challenges.
Thank you. Just a follow-up on this one. One of the complaints by the farmers is that they still buy the seeds from us as producers, seed producers and retailers, but they seem to be inferior to the seeds by farmers especially in South Africa. So what is the difference in these seeds that are sold locally versus the seeds that are sold over the border? Because they seem to be superior and higher yielding. As a result, they are able to sell at a cheaper price in the South African from the South African farmers because they get higher yields. Our farmers still continue to get low yield despite good agricultural practices and following the agronomic practices. What could be the factor there?
Thank you for that question. The seeds that are coming from South Africa are improved varieties. They are going through a lengthy pre-breeding system. And I would say about 30% or so of our farmers, they are able to buy that seed. The rest, they are using recycled seed, meaning that they harvest and then put it back to the field. So you cannot compare something that is improved with something that is just coming from the field, straight from the farmer and back to the field again.
So is our food, is our gene bank producing those high quality seeds?
The mandate of the gene bank is to keep the seed, the variation of the seed, such that any breeder would come and request for something to select from. Because when you are breeding, you don't need one type, you need to have several so that you pick and choose the traits that you are interested in. So the material is there. It's just upon the breeders and researchers from this country to tap on those varieties or local varieties and come up with improved varieties.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Mashoma, please come back home. We need your services here. How can you share Fresh Ministries Africa in how can you share how Fresh African Ministries is integrating climate responsive strategies into agricultural initiatives? And what impact these strategies have had on local communities and food systems?
Right, thank you. I think I've introduced our farming model and system as aquaponics. I'll just run through some of the benefits of those systems. One, it's a system that is a closed loop system. It's grown in tunnels. Mr. Kambanje spoke about high cost of setting this up because it's a high-tech, improved farming system. Yes, the cost of setting it up is a little bit high, but the returns on investments, they are quick, and they are good, and they're long-term. How aquaponics work then is that you have fish tanks in a system, and then you grow horticultural vegetables or produce in a hydroponic setup. So the aquaponics, it's a combination of aquaculture and hydroponics, basically. What you do, the inputs in that system is that you feed the fish high nutritious feed that is organic, and then the fish excrete waste, and then the waste becomes the nutrients for the plants. And as the plants take out the nutrients, they are purifying the water, and the water goes back to the fish with revived oxygen levels. And then the issue of it being climate smart. One is that it's run on pumps, but the pumps are all on solar. We don't connect to the grid for these systems. And number two, it also uses less water because there's minimal water loss in the system. There's no runoff. There's no water recycling or cleaning, or obviously there's always those minimal losses. The research says that it's basically below 2% of water loss. So when you top up the tanks, it's water that we even get it from the rainwater harvesting. It also speaks of issues of organic farming, because what we do is that there are no harsh chemical fertilizers or chemicals that we introduce in the system. Remember, the system has fish, and it's a closed loop. So immediately you put in any harsh chemicals, you are now killing your source of production, which is the fish. And it also brings in the issue of economic development in communities. The sale in the system, you sell the vegetables, which is the main driver of your economic development, because fish take 4 to 6 months to get into a 500 to 1 kilogram sort of weight where you can sell it. But at the same time, you don't want to harvest all the fish because they are your source of nutrients. And we've spoken also about the issue of use of ICT. Seated here, I can switch on my phone on an app and see what's happening in the system in Jacksonville, Florida, in America. I can look at the farm in Randburg. I can look at the farm in Mpumalanga and Akonwook. In Eswatini, we're still coming. A site has already been introduced. So we are at partnership level, which we are soon concluding, and then we'll be building a couple of them here. So in terms of water saving, in terms of solar, in terms of economic development, and this is, it was mentioned, I think, the issue that aquaponics farming attracts more the young people because they like the technology at which this system is. And the other thing is that it's also friendly to people living with disability. It's gender neutral. Even elderly can work in the system. So it's a system that ticks all the boxes. So as Fresh Ministries, we are saying, we've seen the statistics. We've seen the analysis. We know that climate change is causing huge impacts. Now we are at a stage where we are bringing solutions in a small contribution in the food security space.
Okay. Thank you, Inyambose. That sounds a capital-intensive investment, and not so familiar in our local economy. How do you help an ordinary young person to set up an infrastructure and start this aquaponic production in light of the capital-intensive nature of the investment?
Right, thanks. You asked that question. Fresh Ministries is not a funding organization, but it's an organization that stands in the gap and pull the strings. So seated in this room, we're looking at potential partners who comes in with core funding, who comes in with a full funding, who comes in with the support for community. So in terms of the setup costs, Fresh Ministries, through partners that we have established over years internationally, we bring in some base capital, and then we look for local partners to partner with us in terms of putting these systems together. And I wouldn't lie. I think it has been mentioned in the presentation earlier that switching to high-tech, sustainable, climate-smart farming is not cheap, but it's only the setup costs. If we were to run down the numbers, you'll see that in your year 2, you break even, and then year 3, you start making your profit in these systems because of its very quick maturity of the plants, because it's a controlled environment. And we've seen in the Mpumalanga space, the facilities that we have, it's along the Kruger National Park where there's lots of private lodges that are high-end. And then if you get offtake agreements with those, you are good because you're selling your edible flowers, your mixed herbs, and then in terms of the price, because they're looking at it as something that is grown organically, they can go to the system minister, it has become a tourism attraction in the Mpumalanga area. People come in and have a look at it. And one thing that is also fascinating, which was a additional benefit, is that some of the tourists that visit the Kruger, when they come to the system, they find young people running this system. They get fascinated. They ask them, where do you live? What's your background? And when they buy from the system, they are not buying necessarily the product, but they're also buying the story and the benefit that whatever they are leaving into the system extends into the community and families around that area.
Thank you very much, sir. I hope you can be of assistance to also help our local banks to understand this concept so that they are amenable to assist our farmers. Ms. Shanika, how can the challenge of climate change be addressed, and what innovative approaches are you employing to build more resilient food systems in the region? And are there any lessons we can learn from the World Food Programme Southern Africa?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. And I just wanted to say for the minister, Honorable Minister, who is passionate about gender issue, she must be pleased with the panel because it has taken that into consideration. When we're looking at what is happening in the region at the moment, the region, Southern Africa, is based on, or our agricultural practice is more into rain-fed agriculture. And the rain-fed agriculture has brought us where we are today, where we have, at the moment, dealing with El Nino. And the impact of El Nino has really been very, very, very bad on the food system and the food security in the region. So what we need to do is to have an anticipatory approaches and that are adaptive to the climate change. And one of the things that is probably needed to be done and should be done is irrigation, putting land, large hectares of land under irrigation so that we move away from rain-fed agriculture into irrigation so that we are able to produce food at all times. When food is produced at all times, then we know that we are able to deal with food security in the region. Now, how do you do that? We need to have development finance. We need to have investment from the private sectors, and that all need to come in. But then when we're talking about also irrigation and we're talking about climate food or climate to deal with the climate issue, we're looking at how do we then assist those ones in the rural areas, the smallholder farmers. So we're looking at empowering the smallholder farmers who are mainly women and the youth. And the youth, we need to make agriculture attractive to the youth. And the leveraging of technology and the new technology that is coming up. A youth should be able to sit in their rural areas or sit in their home and be able to look after a farm that they are farming in the comfort of sitting in their own home and be able to say, okay, what is happening in my farm? That's one way of making agriculture attractive to the youth. Now, because at the moment, if we don't do that, the youth will not have, will not gain, because they don't want to have overall, they don't want to have, the old traditional way of farming, but they would want to farm using the technology. What we're doing is to bring this technology exactly where the youth are. So what we're doing in the World Food Programme, we have what we call rapid rural transformation. The rapid rural transformation means you rapidly transform the rural area. When you rapidly transform the rural area, it means you bring water where the communities are. You bring, when you have water, you can produce, you can do agriculture. Then you bring electricity. When you bring electricity, energy also becomes an issue. So you bring electricity, and with electricity, the youth and everybody else in the region or in the community where they are, you can also have Wi-Fi connection. When you have all those systems linked together, then a farmer is able to produce, and when you produce with electricity, you can store your products that normally would have gone to waste. Because most of the time when you go into the rural areas, the most important problems, or the biggest problem that is there, is that some farmers are able to produce, but then their products go to waste. Now, when you have electricity right there in the rural areas, you can have storage, cold storage facilities, so that farmers will have their products not going to waste.
Just a minute. The rural areas are normally, the temperatures are normally high. If you borrow from Mr. Kambanje's presentation, he said the temperatures are continuing to increase. So now, how do you, the youth is allergic to excessive heat. That's what I know of them. So how do you now bring in issue of protected farming just to attract the youth to go into farming?
Well, excessive heat can only be, how do I answer that? Is to say, when you make an environment conducive for them, making an environment conducive for the youth include making it conducive where they are. The heat, you will have to find a way of dealing with it. But then when we're talking about dealing with it, it means that you make it possible for them to live where they are and be able to produce where they are. And the rural communities at the moment, what they need, really, they need electricity, they need energy, they need water, and they need Wi-Fi connection. So that whatever environment exists in the urban area, you bring it to where you bring it to the rural community.
Okay, thank you. Time is against us. Ms. Nokpiwa, how is now working with farmers to adopt climate-smart agricultural practices, and what successes and challenges have you encountered in promoting sustainable food systems?
Thank you so much. May I add from my last present? We also need money. We also need money. As now we are working nationally, regionally, and internationally. The first thing that we did, because our mandate is to ensure that we lobby and advocate for a favorable environment for the farmers. And we saw that there was a need, like the presenter was talking about the NDCs, but our farmers are aware what are NDCs as? What are the platforms where farmers can participate? How do we make sure that we also participate in these national adaptation plans? So we engaged a consultant to work with us to ensure that we define the NDCs according to the farmers' understanding, and then we also see ways of partnerships and the platforms where the farmers can also participate. So we're also working at SADC level. We're working with SACAO, which is representing all farmer organizations in the SADC region. We're working with PAFO, the Pan-African Farmer Organization in Africa, and we're also working with the World Farmer Organization. So when we submit our submissions for the COPs and what, those are the forums that we also use. But everything, like I said, it starts from the consultation of the farmers. And then we did it in 2022. In 2023, We also engaged a consultant to look at the climate smart agricultural practices that are available in Eswatini. And we're doing that together with CADESA, which was looking at the SADC region. We came up with 13 CSA practices. Most of them, the presenter has mentioned them: conservation agriculture, integrated pest management, precision farming, soil health, seed selection, controlled environment, whereby we're using tunnels and nets, climate information. There were 13 that we found. And the interesting part is that in that 13, the level of adoption in all of them was very low. Maybe CA, conservation agriculture, we had more farmers who are practicing it, but technically, again, it's not conservation agriculture. Because when we talk of conservation agriculture, we're talking about permanent soil cover, we're talking about crop rotation, and we're talking about minimum tillage. So what we discovered is that most of the farmers are using minimum tillage, and they call that CA. So that is technically not CA. And then for the other CSA practices that we also looked at, like the controlled environments, we discovered, like the moderator has said, that the cost of investment is too high for the farm. And we're looking forward to the Africa Eswatini ADF to assist us in investing in infrastructure for the farmers and also the partners in the house. So in 2024, we went further to look at disaster readiness framework for farmers in Eswatini. How our farmers are prepared when they say that there's going to be an El Nino or there's going to be a flood. Like they're saying now that the rains are going to start early. Are the farmers prepared? Do we have contingency funds that are going to take care of the farmers? So those are the things that we're looking to make sure that we have got resilient food systems in Eswatini. And all this information is available for any partner who wants to look at it. We have also shared with the Ministry of Agriculture to see the work that we have already done. We also have annual policy conferences whereby we sit together with stakeholders to discuss the issue of climate change. This year we were talking about commercialization and climate change. There is a dilemma. We want to be commercial farmers. I'm told I need to go to tunnels. How much is a tunnel costing? I'm told I need to go to nets. How much is a net costing? As a smallholder farmer, will I be able to produce or I'll be pushed out? So that is the dilemma that we're facing. And we discussed this with the stakeholders. We're very happy that we also came up with positive solutions. And the Pengas were also willing to assist us in that aspect.
Thank you. Can you pause there, Mrs. Tole? Mr. Mteta, I noted that from your first question, you went overboard and attended to the rest of the questions as well. May I, at this point, open the floor to further questions before we close this session? We have 5 minutes for Q&A from the floor. May I take questions from the floor, and my assistants will help here. Thank you. Please, you mention your name, where you come from, then you pose the question. Just one question each person. Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished panel.
Please also mention who your question, who it is directed to.
Okay.
Thank you.
So thank you. So as mentioned before, I'm Henrik Franklin, the new UNDP resident representative here in Eswatini, and I've only been here 10 days, and it's wonderful to see all the great things happening in this country. But one of the things that I've noticed, which we spoke earlier with the minister and the UN resident coordinator, was the fires that are going on around the country. And I think this has so many impacts in terms of climate change, but also health, socioeconomic impacts, attracting tourism, and all these many different integrated aspects that we need to consider. So I think I don't really have any particular, maybe one of the ladies here in the corner, what are some of the ideas you have in terms of addressing, what can we do to reduce the fires moving forward? Any concrete maybe experiences from other countries, or something that we can collectively do to avoid this becoming a serious issue in the next season? Thank you.
Thank you. Next question. I'll exhaust all the questions so that we respond at once and close this session. Thank you. Any other question? I see it from the back. Who's taking this one? The first question? Please repeat the question again.
Yeah, basically, if the fires that are going around in the country, if there's something concrete we can do for the next season and beyond to at least try to change the tide so that by time there will be less and less of this, and maybe it's about conservation agriculture, maybe it's something about advocacy, incentives. Any ideas you have would be interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. No, Chula?
Lungile. Thank you. I'm Lungle Kininza from the Ministry of Economic Planning and the Population Unit. Thank you. My concern is just on I'm hearing some of the presenters are talking about El Nino and the preparedness, but I'm not hearing the aspect of the early warning system highlighted, yet this is the key thing that needs to be touched by these panelists, because you can't go into farming without knowing the weather system, the weather condition as to how is it. So I believe we need to have also a multi-hazard early warning system in the country, because it's, the first speaker was talking about the issue of health issues. So what are we saying about the multi-hazard early warning system, which is touching on, which is on the issues of climate change, to ensure that we are all resilient in the country? We've heard that we had hailstorm way back. Did we have an early warning system in place? No. But what are we saying as a country? Let us do something. I'm happy that one of my ex-CEO for NDMA used to talk about the issue of multi-hazard early warning system. Let's take this thing in place so that we see ourselves expanding.
Thank you. Next question.
My name is Barnabas Dlamini. I'm from NOSA. Thank you very much to the organizers of this Indaba. How effective would be green taxes in addressing these problems? Two, I still would like to hear more about the role of communities.
Excuse me, Mr. Dlamini. Who is the question directed to amongst the panelists? Or anyone will just pick it up?
Maybe you'll assist me. Maybe you'll assist me. Maybe I should direct it to the Honorable Minister. Maybe, because maybe it's something to do with policy formulation moving forward.
Please ask
I
your
know
question,
it will come
sir.
under Section 6 at the end of it all, but I would just like to hear that. And me sitting here, I would like to know what Gogo Zigalala would be expected to do in all of this. If I were to go to her and say, like the gentleman said, agriculture is under serious attack. If I were to say that to her, what are the few things that I would have to mention to her? Agriculture is under attack because of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you, as a local person, you are expected to contribute ABC. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If I get the question clearly, you are saying what message do we need to communicate to the ordinary community person?
Yes, that was the second one.
That's the first one. Okay.
I hope you got the first one.
The first one, you say how effective are these innovations and interventions? Was that the question?
No, I spoke about green taxes.
Green taxes. Thank you. All right. My panel will address this. Can I take 2 last questions?
Hi, everyone. I'm Zwelisha Dlamini from Women Unlimited. I'd like to thank the panel for the great discussions. I'm sorry, moderator, I'm not familiar with the panelists' names, but I'd just like to commend the work of the lady in, is it pink? Sorry, I'm also colorblind.
Are you a lady?
But yes, bringing the youth to farming, I think the Wi-Fi initiatives are really good. And then the lady from ESNA said we also need money. But I'm just wondering, how will the money be managed among the youth? Because there are a lot of funds that have been abused from government before. We've been taking out funds, peers of ours have been taking out funds to abuse them and not really tune in the money to agriculture. And also the gentleman from government mentioned so many pretty policies. I'm just wondering, how are they being decentralized to the youth? Because we're hearing them now during discussions, and those who actually are prone to reading might know of all those resilience policies, but then how are Swazis really being reached through them? Thank you so much.
Thank you. One last question.
Good afternoon. Madam Mtutus here from Wet Vegetable Center. I think mine will be directed to Chris. I have heard you have read a lot of policies, guidelines, and all the likes. And as a country, we are known at coming up with good of these policies. But the issue of operationalizing these policies is the issue. And we do reviews of these policies from time to time. Do we think these policies do we transform them to the actual work which needs, or the purpose which it needs to serve? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be generous enough. I saw one last hand there. That's the last one. Yeah, that's the one.
All right, thank you. My name is Cindy from Cindy Somkalipi from Lidwala Insurance, and I really appreciate being here. As insurers, we also have an obligation under PSI, the financial initiative of the EU environment thing, and there is what we call principles of sustainable insurance. So what we found is that even though as insurers we want to cover crop insurance, livestock, etc., there's a problem of inclusivity. The people do not afford the premiums. They are quite high because also insurance on its own is very expensive. So my question also may be directed to FSRA as well, is that what are they doing to create or do something like a fund to cover all those things, because we really have disasters. We've had hail, we've had floods, we've had windstorms, everything. So what are they doing to put together all these funds, maybe at least for the insurers to administer and make sure that the farmers are being paid if something like this happens? Thank you.
Thank you. I think you'll have to wait for other sessions. FSRA will come into the stage as well. Can we pose your question? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for the question. May I allow my panelists to react to the question? Majority of the questions, and unfortunately, Mr. Tetwa, are government and policy related. So you'll take those ones. What are we doing to avoid fires burning? Can you make an attempt on that one? Any early warning systems? I believe those are more of government responses. The other team can also support. The other one relating to policies. How are we decentralizing these policies to reach to the low-end people? And another one coming from Tutuzi, how do we operationalize these policies? So can you take a lead first on those questions, and we'll do the rest later on. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Concerning the early warning system, the Ministry of Agriculture, there are some activities, major activities that are done by the ministry, like the the seasonal forecast for preparedness and providing advisory messages to farmers, more especially to farmers. There is also the collaboration that is going on for the early warning system. That is one of the major activities done by the ministry. It's only that I wasn't able to state it. Otherwise, the early warning system is very important. That one I can acknowledge. And then on the issue of reduction of the fires, I think we have the Grass Fires Act. Everybody is supposed to get a permit from the ministry. We are working closely with the fire department, the police, and all the stakeholders that are relevant towards that. But then there is also the issue of some fires, wildfires coming. Maybe I think we can blame the most people for this, but sometimes the fires come from the mountain, like say maybe the issue of the electricity lines, touching each other, then the fire is caused. I don't know what can be done on that one. And then on the issue...
Sorry, but with this Grass Fire Act, do we have just one person behind bars for starting fire?
I beg your pardon?
Do we have just one person behind bars for starting fire in the fields?
Do we have one?
Just one person who is already behind bars.
Yeah. Maybe that one is very difficult to implement. If say maybe we can have at least one, working with the different communities and the traditional authorities, I think that one can help. At least to have at least one behind bars for starting these wildfires can help. And then on the issue of decentralizing the policies, especially to the youth and operationalizing these policies, the ministry has started a campaign where it goes around all the Dingundla centers to sensitize all the farmers or all those involved about the different programs of the ministry. And then decentralizing the policies to the youth, we work hand in hand with the organizations that are involved with youth. We work hand in hand with SNOW to get some of the youth so that they can know about the different policies of the ministry. I think that's all for me.
Thank you. You want to react? Okay, you'll be the last one.
Oh, okay, I just wanted to add on the issue of the early warning system, that the early warning systems are very important. In the region, we might have them, but are they functional? Do we have the right people to operationalize them? I know that SADC as a region and most member countries have the early warning system. 2016, for instance, we had El Nino, which we thought was the biggest. But this that we have this year is now treated as the biggest. But if we had made use of the early warning system that we have in place, we would have anticipated. And I think the anticipation was there, but we are also not listening to it. So we would have come up with processes to make sure that this El Nino in the SADC region was not going to be as bad as it is. Because then, as I have stated earlier, for instance, we knew that this El Nino was going to be more on drought. Countries like Zimbabwe, Zambia, and others have learned which we could have put under the irrigation system. And by this time, instead of buying food elsewhere to bring it to the region to feed the people, we would have been feeding people from the food that we have produced ourselves already by 2016 when we had that El Nino. And I also want to add to say, when we have our government and as development partners, if we are assisting our government in putting up system in place to support smallholder farmers, and then you have an internal rural trading system, that is now complemented or should be complemented with a strong national grain storage facilities national storage reserve that is also based on internal production, that the nation is procuring food for the national reserve from the smallholder farmers. Now you have the smallholder farmers that are producing food first and foremost for their own consumption, and the surplus is going into the strategic food reserve. Then you have the whole system that is covered, and then you have your national food security issues covered. Okay, it might not be as easy as I'm saying it, because I'm trying to cover everything in one place, but what I'm trying to say is that if we strengthen our smallholder farmers, particularly women and the youth, and then we strengthen the rural trading system, so that when they produce, you can produce as much as you want, but if you don't have the market, it's also, you are not going anywhere. So that's why I'm saying the rural trade system. And that system goes into the market, and one of the markets should be the strategic food reserve of a certain country. Then you are almost covered.
Thank you very much, Shanika. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you will all agree with me that if it were according to our wish, SNG would, and partners would have made this Indaba a whole week. But since today it is only 2 days, may we, in the interest of time, to allow other presentations, and the rest of the questions would be addressed in the subsequent presentations to come. Can you cool down, Dr. Barnabas Lamini? We are not late, by the way. May I take this opportunity to thank, on behalf of my panelists, thank you for listening and the questions you have asked, and we hope the other presentations are going to address the rest of our questions. May I thank you very much, panelists, for your contributions and support. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much to the panelists. We are happy that we are trying to catch up on time. So we will be going for lunch now. Let me just confirm the time. It is 12:59 according to my watch. May we be back here at 10 minutes past 2. Exactly 10 minutes past 2, can we be seated and ready to start our second session? So the lunch order will go like this. The Honorable Minister and a delegation will have lunch at the fine dining area, and the rest of us will go to the dining area downstairs. I'm sure we'll also be guided outside of where is the dining area and where is the fine dining area. I please plead with you again, please may we be back on time so that we go back home on time too. Thank you very much. create Indaba yethu sonke. And now I'm thinking food security and climate change, Indaba yethu sonke. And I hope as you were enjoying lunch, you reflected on this and thought of ways that how can we come up with solutions to come up with sustainable climate responsive systems and solutions. And with that note, welcome back. And thank you for keeping time. Our session 2 will follow the same order as session 1. So I will introduce the moderator, who will also introduce the presenter, and we'll have the panel discussion and then a Q&A. Session 2 is going to focus on promoting health and well-being through environmental sustainability. And the objective of this session is to explore how environmental sustainability can enhance public health and well-being. Our moderator for this session is Dr. Florence, and I would like to welcome her. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Welcome everyone to the second session for the day. So some of the key discussion points from our presentation will be the health impacts of climate change and environmental degradation, sustainable practices and policies that promote community health, and integrating health considerations into environmental policies and planning. And at this point, I'd like to welcome our first presenter, Mrs. Lindiwe Dlamini. She's the Chief of Party Health Electrification and Telecommunication Alliance, USAID, and her presentation is going to be about the nexus between health and climate change with a focus on electrification. Let's welcome Mrs. Lindiwe Dlamini.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Can I be assisted with the lighting? Can you see? Okay, sorry. Okay, thank you very much. I'm Lindiwe Dlamini, as introduced, from the USAID Power Africa funded Health Electrification and Telecommunications Alliance. We are a public-private partnership. We call it a Global Development Alliance that is formed by founding partners being Apt Global, who I work for, who are implementing the program supported by Bechtel.org, who supports on the technical sides of things. Resolve helps with relationship building, and Orange is our telecoms partner. And then, as mentioned, we are funded by USAID and Power Africa. So I'll first touch on the nexus between climate and health, building up on the presentations that were made earlier on agriculture and food systems, but also some of the remarks that were made during the introductory section in the morning. And then I'll close off talking about the role of renewable energy in helping the health system become more resilient and also contributing towards reducing emissions. So pretty much the morning discussion touched on this, acknowledging the interdependence between human health, animal health, and environmental health. A very intricate relationship. Disruption in one causes disruption in other. And I think we talked a lot about, the food systems and how that's also leads into destruction of, the animal ecosystem. So it is for that reason that there was a quadripartite agreement formed by WHO, FAO, World Organization for Animal Health, and UNEP, called One Health. One Health basically aims to bring these three subsectors together and help to maintain a sustainable balance between the two through different policies and initiatives. So climate change and health effects, I think this has also been largely touched on. According to WHO, about 3.6 billion people are already highly susceptible to climate change, and the bulk of which are found in sub-Saharan Africa. Climate change alone is causing an additional 250,000 deaths between a year, and this will be between 2030 and 2050, arising from malnutrition, from malaria, diarrhea, and heat stress alone. This is just those, and adding on, compounding onto all the other factors that haven't been listed here. And the direct cost to the health sector is estimated to reach 4 billion, of which 80% of that cost is to be shouldered by sub-Saharan Africa, of which low and middle income countries are already experiencing a higher proportion of adverse effects. I sound weird, I hope you can still hear me. From increasing climate variability, despite their minimal contribution to global greenhouse gases. And then subsequent to that, you look at our health infrastructure. Are we resilient enough to sustain these changes from a climate perspective, to the increase in incidences of these diseases, to the increased number of patients, the patient volume coming through our hospitals. So efforts to reduce greenhouse gases, gas emissions within the health sector are also recommended. There's transport, there's food and energy sectors. These could result in significant gains for human health, predominantly through the reduction of air pollution. So your climate change impacts are typically categorized into three. You have the direct impacts, which emanate from the frequency and severity of extreme weather events. I think we touched on that quite a lot in the morning, but also we've been experiencing it firsthand, especially in Eswatini. I think, this past year, the extreme heat, the extreme weather events, we've seen a lot of that. Then you've got your ecosystem-mediated impacts, where the changing temperature and precipitations now alter vector and waterborne diseases, but also alter outcomes related to nutrition. And then lastly, it then translates into socially mediated effects, which now result in poverty, conflict, migration, etc., all of which then influence health-seeking behavior. So climate change impacts on health outcomes, I'll skip two. So first, looking at impact on the health system, access to quality health care, but also the financial variability that results with that reduces the capacity of health systems to manage and adapt to shocks. The second one I've talked about. The third one speaks to now the health workforces struggling to care for an increased number of patients and the frontline workers who are impacted by the increased illnesses. And then looking at the infrastructure side of things, damage to health infrastructure, disruption of supply chains, especially in wash and waste management. COVID was a very good example of that. And then you look at us who are in your lower income and lower middle income countries who are affected disproportionately, looking at your vulnerable groups, looking at your low income persons, women, children, the elderly, and those with pre-existing medical conditions. And over lunch, we're also talking about the impact on babies. So urgent action is needed by government, local partners, and global actors. So things to consider in helping our health systems to adapt are data, the role of data in predicting and monitoring our resource needs, contingency planning, and cross-sectoral coordination mechanisms, which are important. That then talks to the nexus of climate and disaster risk reduction. Primary health care services need to be strengthened, but also need to be more accessible. How do we make them more accessible using innovations such as mobile clinics, such as telemedicine? National policies and regulations need to adapt not only in the health sector, in the energy sectors, in the waste sectors, but how do we harmonize these policies? Someone talked about community participation earlier, very crucial. How do we bring the community into local decision making? And how do we prepare our supply chains, our logistics to adapt to the changing climate? And then lastly, how do we integrate renewable energy and energy efficiency to make sure that we are more resilient and those gains can be plowed back into more better healthcare provision. So looking at Eswatini, it's very commendable that now our NDC, our nationally determined contributions, recognize the health sector as an adaptation sector. And now we are seeing a lot of that filtering into local policies and plans, but also recognizing efforts by government and other development partners in health facility electrification and digital connectivity, solar fridges, looking after the cold chain, waste management, oxygen plant electrification, and energy efficiency. So moving into the energy and health nexus, coming back to the Health, Electrification, and Telecommunications Alliance, our vision is to reach 10,000 facilities across sub-Saharan Africa in 5 years, starting from 2022 to 2027. Priorities being sustainability, moving beyond traditional procurement models, and scale, mobilizing significant private capital and other co-funding. So HETA is a GDA. GDA is a fancy word for public-private partnerships, capitalized by Power Africa and USAID. So Power Africa puts in half of the $47 million, but every country we work in, we work through buy-ins from USAID. And then the goal is to then use that to capitalize and get more private funding to come in as leverage. So the values of the HETA partnership are sustainability, commitment to a just energy transition, resilient health systems, believing that equitable access to health systems is right for the whole population, and importantly, climate justice, where we recognize that people who face the most adverse impacts of climate change have the fewest resources to adapt and have contributed the least, but also recognizing your JETSI principles, which is gender equity, diversity, and inclusivity. So I talked about the fact that we are targeting 10,000 health facilities, and the estimate is that HETA alone will require $100 million. And the current deficit for sub-Saharan Africa is sitting at estimated 1.5 billion. So the financing gap is quite huge. HETA alone is not going to achieve this, so collaboration and partnership is crucial in this space. But also recognizing that government is still a major provider of healthcare, especially the underserved communities. Government's ability to spend on HFE infrastructure is quite limited, and donor funding has primarily been focused on upfront asset installation, but there's still the aspect of operations and maintenance. How do we sustain these systems beyond the life of the projects such as HETA? And then how do we bring in private investments, which may be limited because private investors want long contractual agreements and certainty of payment. So the way we work is that we work through an alliance, so people are able to join, organizations are able to join the alliance at a more global level. But we are also making a grant-giving facility, but we co-finance, we give catalytic grants. So we want whoever we give a grant to match it with co-financing, and we co-fund targeted work through partnerships with different organizations. We are working active in 7 countries, planning phase in 3, and prospecting in now 5. Including Lesotho as of the past week or so. And the solution we are looking at from a technical perspective is either supporting with battery backup, solar home systems, battery storage and solar PV, battery storage with oversized solar PV anticipating growth of the health facilities, and mini grids. My apologies. So just as an example of some of the types of solutions we are deploying in Tanzania, we are deploying the energy as a service model. We're working with Maisha Meds and Zola. Zola is an energy service company. We support the provision of a bundle package. Thank you. My throat is dry, thank you. I'll keep it here. So a bundle package of digital connectivity and electrification through as a pay-as-you-go model. So health facilities are able to pay on a monthly service for the service to keep it on. The disadvantage is that if you don't have the ability to pay on a monthly basis, it switches off, but it's a good demonstration how a different model from, remember we said we are trying to move away from the traditional model where donors come in and put the infrastructure, maintain it maybe for a year or 2 and move out, and then sustainability is questionable thereafter. And working with private sector partners, they are able to bring in leverage. So here we have worked with 250 ADOs. ADOs are accredited drug dispensing outlets. They are more your last mile type pharmacies. We are also doing the traditional procurement method, but with long-term O&M. And what's interesting about working with CSSC is that we are looking at establishing an O&M fund. So basically the savings that are realized from using the solar systems are put into a fund, and those savings are basically then used to maintain the systems. And then in Nigeria, we're also implementing energy as a service model. Here, what's interesting is that we are then working with a mini-grid. The mini-grid is providing power to the health facility, and excess power is then sold to other off-grid customers. That helps actually maintain the infrastructure, but also enables the facility to receive power at close to nothing. And then coming to Eswatini, these are our grantees. UNICEF is working on 10 facilities, rooftop solar, working between 8 and 10 kilowatts, and with long-term O&M. So they're now working with a local partner to make sure that the sustainability piece is built in. Then we've got Telco Europe, who's also looking at rooftop solar for 18 facilities, but they want to test the energy as a service model in the context of Eswatini. We are also partnering with the government of Taiwan. Here, what's unique about that partnership is that we want to then try out productive uses of energy. So how can these health facilities generate income out of these systems? Noting that our facilities are open from 8 to 5, and then weekends they can be using that energy for income generation. And then the Luke Commission has done 2 containerized solutions, which is a shipping container with solar panels on top. The advantage of that is mobility. So those facilities provide mobility. The one site they have in Matapa is actually totally off-grid, able to provide services to large populations using these innovations, but also looking into growing now into telemedicine and other solutions using the space from the container. And then sustainability, I think, is the key one, subject for discussion. How do we ensure long-term maintenance? We are doing 5 years, but is 5 years enough? Is it enough for government to create the necessary capacity to look after these systems? Energy as a service model, are we ready for it? Is the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Finance ready to do a monthly payment to a service provider to maintain these over a 10-year period? Willingness to pay is key. Productive uses of energy, I talked about. How do we generate more income out of this investment? Wheeling of power, an ongoing conversation with the regulator and the utility. If someone decides to set up a mini-grid, can they wheel power to other health facilities? Is our infrastructure ready for that? Skills development, partnering with the Republic of China and Taiwan to develop a curriculum, a TVET level curriculum for solar installation and maintenance, so that at least we are producing skills to maintain the investment. Net metering is also an interesting conversation. I'm just browsing through because, yeah, there's a lot to say, but basically the ability of the health facilities to push power back into the grid and be compensated for it. And then lastly, distributed renewable energy certificate, DREX. How can we monetize our investment in renewable energy? Similar to carbon credits, but specific to renewable energy. So quick numbers, 14 countries, 43 partners, 16 million plus in leverage, coming largely from the private sector, 633 facilities, but most importantly is the population that then benefits from improved health systems. We've seen prices ranging between 10,000 and 12,000 to electrify a facility, and we're talking between 5 and 15 kilowatt systems, and we are able to estimate an average of $26 per month in savings. This is based on what we've installed so far. Apologies. And that savings should be able to translate into direct and indirect medical costs. I think the conversation is how do we ensure that that happens? I know our fiscal setup is our ability to then measure carbon dioxide reduced, because these facilities not only use electricity, they also use, some of them use diesel. We have a complex situation in the country in that we import largely our power from South Africa, which is coal-based. However, when it comes to carbon accounting, it's not very easy to attribute your savings to power that was generated in a different country. So I think that discussion will happen later, but those are the complexities that we need to discuss and talk about. How do we navigate them to be able to benefit from carbon revenue? So over and above the call for concepts where we issue catalytic grants, we also issue we also provide technical support and support private sector partners in resource mobilization efforts. So we have an open call for concept where we support between 10,000 and 100,000, more on those who are looking to deploy innovative market-based approaches. So we help them put together their pitches for funding. But I think the next two initiatives are the ones that excite me the most, is an impact bond. We are looking at establishing an impact bond. And in the way an impact bond works is that you've got an impact funder. You've got an impact funder in the middle who provides upfront capital on predetermined health outcomes that should be verified by a third party. And once you reach those milestones, then the impact investor is able to get back their investment with a predetermined profit based on the verified outcomes. So that's an interesting one that we are working on. It would be interesting to get feedback where there's been experience with such. But yeah, that's something that we are looking at as an innovative way of raising finance to meet that funding gap. And then the next one is a health investment fund. This is now focused more on O&M. This fund is basically looking at different streams of income. The first being donor capital, just to set it up and get it going. But the idea is that the savings that emanate from the health facilities by virtue of using solar flow back into this fund, capitalize it. That way it makes it easy to attract different types of funding. You have an account manager that is managing the account, but you also then have pre-approved O&M installers. I talked about the TVET program in the country. I think the regulator is working on an accreditation program to make sure that we've got accredited installers. And then I think through that process, there also has to be a way of verifying and paying out. But that's making sure that there's consistently resources for operations and maintenance. So my time is running out. So key takeaways on securing financing for HFE is that the large investment gaps for healthcare electrification need to be catered for not only by the private sector, but also the public sector. So we need to attract the private sector into the health space. It has largely been a grant-based space. So we need innovative ways of bringing the private sector in, but also securing the investment, of course. So the unique challenges need to be addressed. ESCOs are reluctant to enter into long-term contracts. They doubt government's ability to repay, but also deem government as high risk. But also, you know, the private sector, they prefer the private sector a bit more, but there are still reluctances with the private sector because one, the demand is low, and two, levels of income are relatively low in countries like Eswatini. And then the public sector will still play a dominant role to catalyze private sector capital, but also through blended finance approaches, so blending your grants with equity, debt, but importantly, I don't know if Ministry of Finance is in the room, is the issue of guarantees. We have avoided this conversation in the energy space, but it's coming back in time and time again to haunt us. We need to engage on what type of guarantees can be provided. These are increasingly demanded by the ESCO, and at some point, I think we need to look at how we can provide that. And then recent financial commitments to HFE are significant, but still fall short. We need to bridge that gap. And then evolution in financing strategies, venturing into impact investing. I talked about the impact bond that we are setting up, aligning with financial returns and positive social outcomes. I think that's important. And then the growing need for more diverse and flexible funding mechanisms targeted along with risk mitigation instruments. So some of those are your your lockbox mechanisms, ring fencing, your sovereign credit guarantees, I've just talked about, your liquidity pools, and protection from local currency devaluation. And then lastly is the broader sustainability considerations. I've talked about DREX. Asset financing means basically how do we finance the health facilities to put in more infrastructure so that they can increase their energy demand. So a lot of health facilities don't move beyond their classification in terms of bringing in more equipment because they are limited by their energy considerations. And then PREX are more applicable in countries where there's conflict. PREX are more to do with your political risk where there is conflict, etc. So you have equivalent of the DREX, but in more conflict areas, not necessarily applicable to Eswatini. So those are my key takeaway points. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Lindiwe Dlamini, for this presentation. Some of the key take-home messages are the One Health Initiative, HETA partnerships and opportunities for collaboration, and then the impact of climate change on healthcare systems infrastructure, supply chain, and waste management. So at this point, I'd like to warmly welcome our panelists. My name is Dr. Florence Anabwani Richter. I'm the Clinical Director at Baylor College of Medicine, Children's Foundation Eswatini. I'd like to welcome our panelists who bring a wealth of knowledge and experience to our discussions on health system sustainability. Our first panelist is Dr. Mekdim Ayana, Health System Strengthening Lead Organization. Please come up. I'd also like to call upon Mr. Funwago Dlamini, the Chief Environmental Officer from the Ministry of Health, Mrs. Nyasatu Shalinchali, Country Director, Clinton Health Access Initiative, Dr. Arnold Mafukidze, Technical Director, Strategic Information, Georgetown University, Eswatini, and Dr. Maswati Similane, Vice President, Health Systems and Development Initiatives, Eswatini. Let's welcome our panelists to the stage. Thank you. Okay. Welcome, everyone. So I'd like to start our panel discussion with some broad aspects of discussion, such as those involving innovative health solutions. Given the theme of sustainability, how can we leverage innovative technologies to improve health systems in Eswatini, ensuring that they are both effective and environmentally friendly? The second question, a broad question to the panel, would be, what role do partnerships between health organizations and other sectors, such as energy and telecommunications, play in creating sustainable health solutions, and how can we strengthen these collaborations? And the third broad question would be, how can we better involve local communities in the development and implementation of sustainable health initiatives to ensure they meet the unique needs and challenges of our population? May I call on Dr. Arnold to pick on any one of these three and start the conversation. Thank you.
Afternoon. As introduced, my name is Arnold Mafukidze. I'm from Georgetown University. For those who don't know Georgetown University is the oldest Jesuit university in the world, established in 1785. It's based out of Washington, D.C., and through the Center for Global Health Practice and Impact. They've been in Eswatini since 2018. Currently, we are working with PEPFAR through CDC, implementing two programs for HIV and TB prevention, care, and treatment. One is a community-based program called Blossom, which also works with community-based organizations to strengthen their participation in the response. The other one is called CSEC, which is an acronym for Support Eswatini to achieve and sustain HIV epidemic control. I think I'll jump into the partnership question. Just to pick from the presenter, I think the One Health approach highlights the importance of looking at the interface of human health, animal health, and environment. And that means that even from the highest level, the 4 organizations I think that the presenter presented are already working on a collaborative framework to address the interface of those 3 areas. And I think for the purposes of strengthening these partnerships, especially in the context of Eswatini, I would say cross-sector collaboration becomes very critical. This Indaba has set the tone for bringing everyone together. This is the first time, I think, for someone in health to come and discuss environmental sustainability. And I think at the end of the day, if we talk about the final outcome, it's affecting human quality of life. And some of the indices that we use to measure that are all related to health. So I think moving forward for me, in terms of strengthening partnerships, we need to find a way of operationalizing the One Health approach in Eswatini. Currently, I think we work in silos. It's the first time I saw a lot of faces today. But I felt like we're discussing the same issue. What happens in the environment ultimately affects the health and well-being of the people that we're trying to serve in Eswatini. So if there's anything that we are discussing about the environment, it cannot happen parallel to strategies that are to strengthen the health system and make the health outcomes better. So I think for me, it is really operationalizing that One Health strategy at the lowest level within Eswatini.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mafukidze. Would you like to continue from the One Health approach, Mrs. Jali?
Thank you, moderator. My name is Satun Jalinjali. I'm the country director for the Clinton Health Access Initiative. We are a global nonprofit based in Boston. We have been working in Eswatini since 2002, and we work in over 35 countries across the world. I'll take it off. I agree with what Arnold has said. I will touch specifically on the health technologies piece, speaking on health system strengthening and sustainability. I think 3 key points. Just the first one is ensuring that the public sector infrastructure and capacity is strengthened, first and foremost. There are endless possibilities with health digital technologies. The issue is, before we buy a fancy car, do we have the road for it to drive on? First and foremost, have we trained our drivers to drive these vehicles? So infrastructure and capacity building, and the security of that as well. Second to that is increasing access to people to digital tools. We have a high penetration rate of access to mobile phones in the country, but if you are looking at the ability to pay and stay connected or data to access these tools, a lot of our people do not have that. And specifically, if you're looking to communicate more closely, say, with adolescents, they don't have access to that. So again, ensuring that we don't leave anybody behind in our quest for sustainability in the sphere of One Health to achieve universal health coverage. And then the last point, most importantly, in all of this, as we do this, we build the infrastructure, we push telemedicine and access all the great benefits of what technologies can give us. We need to ensure protection of human rights in this as well.
Thank you so much for touching on the critical issues of technology dissemination, confidentiality, and human rights. So I'll call on Dr. Medkim Ayana from WHO. Dr. Ayana, how is the World Health Organization working to strengthen health systems in Eswatini to ensure sustainability and resilience in the face of climate change?
Thank you very much. As introduced, I'm Medkim Ayana from WHO. country office in Eswatini. As you know, WHO is a global organization which exists in 194 countries. And we have been supporting the Ministry of Health to implement various projects and various programs to ensure health services adequately provided to all Eswatini. So just to add on the technology part, Satu has touched upon most of the things, but community participation, for example, in the health sector, especially the climate change, you know, the diseases, during the presentations you have seen diseases which are like malaria and these seasonal diseases which have never been reported in some part of the world now are being reported because of the climate change. So we are dealing with all this new epidemiology of diseases because of climate change. So community, of course, they are involved, especially in the farming area. We have seen it in the morning presentation, that community, mostly the farmers are mostly affected and they know about the climate change. Probably in the health sector, they may not be aware of the effect of climate change on the community. So I would like to emphasize that community should be aware, awareness created through different kinds of outreach and education, and they need to be in the planning table, especially the health measures. So they should be aware and contribute, because they also know their local situation, so they can contribute more. Regarding what WHO is doing in health system strengthening, you know, health system covers a lot of areas, but just to emphasize, for example, starting from the governance and leadership side, we have been supporting the ministry to be presented in one health approach, to be on the table for negotiation, for the planning, for the collaboration with the other ministries which we already have indicated them. We have been advocating at all levels. WHO, especially in the last 25 years, have been advocating and also generating evidence for the relationship between climate change and the impacts of climate change on health. So we have seen the presenter quoting some of the WHO data. So those were what we are focusing on in the last 25 years, since globally and also in the country level. We are also working on human resource aspects. We have seen that human resources are affected both directly by diseases, new diseases, and also the different types of patient surge. You can see patients, we have seen during COVID, you know, we have seen that all health systems are not very strong as they seem. Even the Western world could not respond to COVID very effectively. So we have seen there are so many weaknesses. So human resources is one of the things. As patients, they are affected by diseases, and they are also, the workload is also affecting them, and the capacity gap to challenge new diseases, and also the number of the patient surge during these climate events. We are also working on strategic financing for health system, because financing for Eswatini may not be very difficult because government pays a lot of things in health, but we still have to work on efficiency of utilization of resources. So, and also including climate change in the planning and the budgeting cycles. And we have already said that information system should be digitalized, and we should have use the technologies for real-time data, and also the harmonized health information system, so that we can have the evidence when we plan and also when we program. I think let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I'll jump over to Dr. Simelane. Picking on Dr. Ayana's presentation on community engagement on health system strengthening. Dr. Simelane, what are some of the key health systems and development initiatives your organization is leading to ensure health sustainability in Eswatini, and how do these initiatives align with the broader goals of this Indaba?
Thank you so much, Doc, for the very important question. I must first say that I'm Eswatini Simelane. I'm the Vice President for the organization. Our organization is the Health Systems and Development Innovations. This is a new NGO that is really spearheading some programs locally in terms of contributing to the healthy care of our population. So as an organization, we are doing a number of areas, but really I want to zero on the theme of this discussion. In terms of strengthening healthy systems, we do capacity building for healthy care workers. So that is important. We are focusing on continuous training and also ensuring that we develop programs for healthy care professionals to be able to understand on how to enhance their skills in managing both communicable and non-communicable diseases. But we also zero on supply chain management. That's just to ensure that essential medicines and also medical supplies are consistently available to implement robust supply chain mechanisms in the country. We all know that is one of the fundamental component supply chain to ensure that within the system we're able to contribute as well. In terms of community-based interventions, we are also doing integrated community case management. So that is to say we are leading initiatives that empower community health care workers to diagnose and treat common diseases at community level. It is very important because we have realized that as we are doing our programming, we seem to impose programs in our communities. So it is very important that we adopt a participatory approach whereby communities are actually involved on how we should design their programs and how we should assess them within their context. And also healthy education and promotion is one of the key things that we do as well. And we also do, in terms of public-private partnership, that is very important collaboratively, to ensure that we collaborate with the private sector as well, to leverage on the already existing systems in the country to ensure that we improve health. But also digital health initiatives, e-health programs are very critical in terms of the theme also here. Our organization is in the forefront of implementing that, including electronic medical records and also mobile healthy applications. That is very critical, especially even for data collection, but also for patient data management systems to be electronic so that it can be robust and you get evidence-based that is really valid. And also medicine services, we also do that. So in terms of the alignment, I think that is one of the key questions as well. We are talking about sustainability and resilience of the healthy systems. So our initiatives are designed with sustainability in mind, ensuring that the health system we strengthen today will continue to serve future generations and be involved with time. As we're talking about climate change, so we have to ensure that we are able to streamline our programs and interventions to be in line with the need of the population or our patients within communities. And number two, equity and access is one of the fundamental key issues. The Indaba emphasizes equitable access to health care for all. That is also part of the SDGs, healthy for all. So therefore, particularly marginalized population, we must make sure that we reach to them, and that's what we do as well. Innovation and technology is one other key aspect that we think that we are aligned as an organization to today's theme, that we use innovation and technology to drive healthy improvement that contribute in terms of digital health initiatives, such as the e-healthy platforms and telemedicines. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I'll move over to the Ministry of Health from where Dr. Simelane left off in terms of strengthening supply chain and health system strengthening evidence-based practices. For Mr. Dlamini, what initiatives in the Ministry of Health, or what initiatives is the Ministry of Health in Eswatini implementing to promote health sustainability?
Thank you, moderator. My name is Funwago Dlamini. I'm the Chief Environmental Health Officer in the Ministry of Health. So here I'm standing in for the Director of Health Services, Dr. Okelo, who has to attend other important duties in the ministry. So don't consider me as a makeshift replacement for Dr. Okelo. Yes, I'm a genuine one. So in our culture, once you call Indaba, it means there is a big problem to address. So even here, I believe that we have a problem at hand to address. That's why we are meeting in this forum. Yes, I'm from the Minister of Health, as I have said. The Minister of Health is at a downstream of events resulting from climate change, as we are expected to address all adverse effects on human health due to various factors, including climate change. Our situation is a bit complex as a ministry, as we are not able to pinpoint conditions or illness due to climate change. However, we have a capable health workers in terms of skill and knowledge to handle any health condition coming to our health facilities. Coming to sustainability, I think as a ministry, we have done our part. We have a department in the ministry responsible for the protection of the environment, the Environmental Health Department. In that department, we protect the environment, we protect the natural environment and the built environment. Our mandate is to take part in the protection of the air we breathe, the water we drink, the land on which we build our homes, and so forth. So as a ministry, we have just completed the National Health Sector Strategic Plan 24 to 28. The good thing with our strategy is that there is a full section for environment determinants of health, including climate change. Another thing, to avoid questions, because in such forums, we are normally asked about incinerators at Mbabane Government Hospital. What are we doing about that? So that is our sin as a ministry, or contribution to carbon emissions. That is the use of incinerators. So we have realized our problem as a ministry, and we are in the process of constructing a state-of-the-art treatment plant with the capacity to treat both medical and pharmaceutical waste. The process of construction has started, as we have already selected the construction company. We are now waiting for a final approval from the funder of the project. What we have to know about this treatment plant is that it's going to have two types of technologies: the burning technology and the non-burning technology. We are working closely with the Ministry of Tourism and Environmental Affairs, including Eswatini Environment Authority. And another thing which I think is worth mentioning is that climate change is an outcome of failure to protect the environment. So the problem of climate change is bigger than our country, Eswatini. We need other countries to resolve it. Climate change is a threat facing humanity is a global phenomenon, as I've already mentioned, without a known point source, even though the greatest polluters of the environment are known. So if you travel around the country, how many stacks can you see emitting a heavy smoke on daily basis in the country? Have you seen any stacks in the country? This is one question which I think we have to ask ourselves. However, as a country, we need to put our house in order, starting with the Ministry of Tourism and Environmental Affairs, which has to set the tone. I think as we're meeting here, this is what they are trying to do as a ministry. Thank you. I think, yeah, for now I can pause here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dlamini. We're excited to learn about the state-of-the-art facility that's coming up that's going to have an impact on sustainable health systems. So I'll circle back in terms of the impact of global warming and climate change, especially on stunting and malnutrition in children. And I'd like to circle back to Dr. Arnold. What are your comments about the impact of global warming, famine, food insecurity on stunting and malnutrition in children?
Thank you very much, Doc. Without belaboring what has already been mentioned by the very first presenter, I think he did go to town on highlighting the impact of the current of food processes on the ability to secure food security for our country. He's already highlighted the impact of climate change on, especially in our setting where it's getting warmer and drier, and we're having shorter growing seasons. So in terms of what that has done for food security, I think he has already gone to town. But what is important is that food security is just an observable outcome. The actual impact of food security is on the well-being of the communities that we all come from. And malnutrition, mainly seen through stunting, is still something that is quite common in our setting. And unfortunately, food security issues and malnutrition are actually a vicious cycle. And it means that addressing food security issues and stunting is paramount for us to achieving environmental sustainability. And that brings back what the first presenter mentioned, that we have an urgent need to transform our agro-food processes so that we can meet the needs in a more efficient and effective manner. Currently, we all know that when people are malnourished, they can actually drive over exploitation of the environment. And that is very crucial. They can embark on unsustainable agricultural activities, deforestation increases, and so forth and so on. Number two, people who are malnourished or who are actually food insecure also are increased in terms of their vulnerability to sudden climate change related shocks, such as drought and heat waves and so forth and so on. So again, it means that they are not resilient in an environment where we are trying to respond to climate change. Lastly, they've got reduced capacity to participate in the conversations we're having here. For those who are aware, Maslow's hierarchy of needs kind of dictates what is important to an individual depending on the level at which they are to meet their basic needs. And if an individual is still struggling to get food, discussions around environmental sustainability are not priority. And I think this has been the biggest hurdle when you go to the COP discussions, to say you are bringing in countries that that are still struggling to just fill their basket and telling them that they should abandon the combustion engine, yet you know the combustion engine revolutionized agriculture and food security. So without equity and without ability to sustain food security for populations, it becomes very difficult for them to actively participate in efforts at sustainable environmental activities. So I think in summary, it's a vicious cycle. If we do not address food security and stunting and malnutrition, it is going to be impossible for us to actually see to the realization of the agenda that we are sitting here to discuss.
Thank you so much. At this point, I'd like to open the floor to the audience for questions. Please introduce yourself and select which panelist you'd like to answer your question, and go ahead. Because of time, I'd like to take the first round of 3 questions for our panelists. Okay, I see 2 hands. We should have a roving microphone.
Thank you so much. My name is Tembela Mavuso. I'm from Baylor Foundation Eswatini. So I have 2 questions. However, I will have to start with this one. So this one is directed to Babe Funwago Dlamini. We would like to know what are some of sustainable practices that have been effective in promoting community health. How can these practices be scaled up or adapted to different contexts within Eswatini?
Okay, thank you. Let's take the second question.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Sabelo Dlamini. I'm a special epidemiologist from the University of Eswatini. My question is coming from the angle of One Health. In terms of the surveillance component, this is because to me, I think that there is that, in as much as we're talking of systems strengthening, when we look into the 3 elements of the One Health approach, there is also that part which also needs focus in terms of surveillance. Like now we have the pox. I don't want to say monkey or mpox that is currently making headlines. And if you study, you will see that it came from somewhere. And my question is directed to Dr. Ayana. In terms of what WHO is doing in as far as ensuring that the health of the environment, the health of the animal, and the health of the human being is my concern. And how am I ensuring that there are early triggers that would result in early warning should something happen, maybe there's some suspicion that something's happening in the environment or in the animal sphere. Because the One Health approach is saying that we should be concerned about all these 3 elements so that we can have a healthy and well environment. So in my concern is on the surveillance component that I want to know what WHO is doing in terms of strengthening that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there a third question? Okay, let's go ahead and start with this 2. I'll allow Mr. Funwago Dlamini to tackle the first one on community engagement and community initiatives, and then Dr. Ayana can talk about surveillance and mpox. Mr. Dlamini, please proceed. Yeah.
Thank you, moderator. And thank you, my sister, Lamavuso, for the simple question at face value. Yeah, it looks simple, but very pregnant one, a very pregnant one. Yeah, as to what are we going to do we have asked the ministry about sustainable practices to community health. Yes, as I've mentioned that we have just developed the National Health Sector Strategic Plan, which has a section, a full section to address environmental determinants to health, including climate change. From that section, we're still going to develop activities to promote sustainable practices to community health. And health promotion here will take the lead to make sure that whatever we do in communities remains as is. I don't know whether I've hit the head or not, but I hope so.
Thank you so much. So to Dr. Ayana, in just under a minute, WHO stands in mpox surveillance.
Okay, thank you very much. Mpox is part of the headlines nowadays, and it has been identified since some time ago, but recently the numbers have increased and have reached to public health concern. You have seen that it is declared by WHO that it's a national and global public health concern. So WHO in the Ministry of Health, we have done, this is part of the resilience of the system. The system should be able to identify a problem, then respond to a problem, and absorb whatever is coming up, like new coming, like mpox. So that's what we have been doing with the Ministry of Health. We have done an assessment to conduct a risk assessment using WHO strategic tool for us assessment of risk, which is called STAR, which identified the public health risks in the country, which part of it being mpox and also other areas in the country. And we were able to prioritize actions, and we were able also to support the ministry to conduct a full-scale simulation exercise to see which areas of the public health responses are weak and which needed support or improvement. So we have done that with the help of World Bank and the Ministry of Health, and that was towards the end of last year. So we already have identified the areas to be improved. But we also have seen that the surveillance system especially is working, and the monitoring of those data which are coming up are working. We have seen cholera in the country, which of course there was no cholera, but there was similar diseases which were identified by the system. So the surveillance system, especially the human health part, that's what I can talk of, is working. And we are detecting any different illnesses or also the regular illnesses which are public health concerns. So we are also supporting the ministry to improve on human capacity, on data analysis, digitalization of the information system, so that we can find if there is any change in the regular monitoring system, then we can pick it as early as possible and respond to that. So this is what we are supporting the ministry with.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Ayana. So as we conclude this panel discussion, some of the key takeaways include leveraging technology, collaborative efforts, and community engagement in health system sustainability. So in the spirit of finding local solutions, I encourage all participants to take these ideas back to their organizations and communities and see how best we can all contribute to the core pillars of health system sustainability. I'd like to thank our panelists for all these deliberations today and our audience for engaging in these discussions. Thank you so much.
So another round of applause. Thank you, Doctor, for moderating so well. And thank you for giving us back a couple of minutes. Obviously, we need to catch up from a time perspective. But before we do so, let me remind you of our sponsors, Eswatini government, SNG Grant Thornton, and United Nations. So we're moving on. I know you don't want coffee, you don't want tea,
right? What we'll do, we'll have tea after the next session. Is that fine? Great, thanks a lot. We're moving on. The next topic has to do with climate just transition mechanism, achieving an equitable and sustainable transition process. Will follow the same structure. There will be a moderator, presenter, and then a panel discussion, right? And then there will be questions put forward by delegates from the floor. Our moderator for the next session is Sabelo Sbanyoni. Is Sabelo here? Great, he's coming up. So the objective of the next session, to empower youth and promote gender equality as key drivers of sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Sabelo.
Thank you very much, Program Director. My name is Sabelo Sibanyoni from Youth Enterprise Revolving Fund. I'll be your moderator for the third session. And we've got a very diverse panel and a presenter who will talk about exploring inclusive strategies for a sustainable future and how we can effectively engage the youth and women. As mentioned, our objective is to empower the youth and gender equality as key drivers of sustainable development. And our discussion points will center around the role of the youth in driving climate change action and sustainable development, as well as looking at gender-responsive approaches to climate resilience and sustainability. Then we will touch upon capacity building and leadership development for youth and women. May I call our first presenter, Dr. Excellent Hachileka. He's the Senior Climate Change Policy Specialist at UNDP. Dr. Hachileka, please take the floor.
Good afternoon. So my name is Excellent Hachileka. I work for UNDP from the UNDP regional office in Addis Ababa. I'm sorry, I have a bit of a flu, so my voice is not as good as it is usually. You know, it's usually very good. While we wait for the presentation to show up, I want to say I will be making a presentation on the topic on climatic just transition mechanisms for achieving an equitable and sustainable transition process in Eswatini and Africa. Basically exploring the inclusive strategies for a sustainable future and looking at the effective engagement of youth and women. Last year I did speak in the first Indaba, and I'm a bit embarrassed because then I did make some comment when we were discussing the involvement of youth. And again, as you can see, I'm not a youth. And this really makes me very uncomfortable because we say if the youth are not involved, they are not part of it. And it would be really great if it was a youth speaking to this, because then they will be really speaking about their issues and climate change and their future that we are messing up. In any case, I already accepted to speak, so I'll go forward, but I hope during the third Indaba we can have the youth talk about their issues, and us who are on the way out to also talk about our issues. I think the context of Eswatini in terms of its geography has been spoken about, but just to say that the geographical location, the physical features of the country, like the mountains, the savannas, the forests, the wetlands, do define the kind of climate that the country experiences. And it, of course, varies from one part of the country to the other, making the regions experience different challenges of climate. And that is normal. And in terms of the climate challenges, I think I should not belabor the point. Weather events that have caused a lot of challenges to the economy, to the ecosystems, to livelihoods, and so on and so forth. Maybe just to state that droughts, which are quite frequent now, have in many occasions led to food insecurity. And I think we already heard about this morning. Maybe what I should highlight, since I'm going to be talking about youth, is the socio-economic situation of the country, particularly looking at the youthful demographic, where the median age for the country is about 22.2 years, which means this is really a young population. And probably this will become more apparent when I start to talk about how best we can engage the youth in the just transition. The other thing that is important to note is that the economy of the country, by and large, depends on agriculture. Of course, there are other sectors like some mining, some industrial manufacturing activities. But I think it's heavily dependent on agriculture, and we've heard already that agriculture is under threat. The last point is about the high rates of poverty and unemployment, particularly among the youth. And that is also an issue that we have to bear in mind as I talk about the youth. In terms of my presentation, I'm going to look at the just transition. And as was already mentioned by the UN resident coordinator, we are looking at a shift from a high carbon economy to a low carbon economy, but probably to just emphasize the issue of fairness and inclusivity, which becomes paramount when we are looking at the participation of youth and women, because then we are looking at not leaving anyone behind. I also want us to think in terms of the opportunities that exist in mitigating social and economic impacts of climate policies and strategies on vulnerable groups. And I would like to believe that the youth and the women also fall in this category when we are looking at the issues of climate change. The last point in terms of transition is to look at a transition to a greener economy, which includes those who are most affected by climate change and any economic shifts that are basically caused by climate change. And again, we need to look at particularly those vulnerable groups or marginalized groups, and indeed the youth and the women could be part of that group. In terms of the discussion, I will be focusing on the role of the youth. We know that the youth can drive innovation and can advocate for climate action. And already in the previous sessions, I think we've heard about the importance of technology, innovation, and the digital era in terms of effectiveness. And we know that the youth are probably more savvy in terms of technology than some of us. Again, on the issue of the women, we know that women often are the managers of household resources and are crucial in implementing and sustaining climate solutions. So as we discuss this, we have to bear in mind the importance of the women in climate action. And of course, the issue of capacity building and leadership for the youth and the women in the climate discourse is very important. And finally, as we are discussing this, of course, we want to bring all this into the context of the country. And we need to be addressing the context of Eswatini in terms of its socio-economic and environmental context. And then that should lead us to the end of the presentation, looking at policy recommendations to facilitate the effective engagement of youth and women in the just transition. Let me start now on the side of the youth and the just transition. Just to re-emphasize again that about 40% of the population of Eswatini is below the age of 15. And just again to bring to the fore the predominantly young population of the country. And this is why talking about the youth in the just transition becomes very, very important. And already it has been mentioned that this large youthful demographic can be a challenge and can be an opportunity. A challenge in that you need more resources to support the youth. An opportunity in that they have the energy for creativity, the energy for innovation that can be harnessed to drive the just transition. Of course, there are key issues when it comes to the youth, which are already highlighted, but in particular, the high unemployment rate. Youth unemployment rates are high. I think we all know that. There's also a challenge in terms of providing quality education to the youth, which then becomes a barrier in terms of pushing innovation, especially in issues of understanding climate science. I'm now going to look at the mechanisms that we can use to enhance the participation of the youth on the just transition. And the number one thing that comes to my mind is also, again, around the issue of innovation and technology. The youth often are the leaders in adopting and developing new technologies and approaches. We heard in the morning when we were looking at agriculture and food systems that technology is of paramount importance in terms of addressing the issue of food security against the climate challenge that we face. Yet we have this youth dividend that we can harness through innovation and technology to be able to make our youth be more creative, more innovative, to come up with the tech solutions that help us to address with the climate challenge. And there are examples such as the Youth in Climate Solutions, an initiative such as the Youth Climate Action Network, which is a youth-driven tech solution using mobile applications for climate monitoring, for agribusiness, and other applications that can foster the transition as we deal with the challenge of climate change. And I know that in this country there are already youth-led technology-based programs that have been piloted, and they are ripe for upscaling. The second one is advocacy and awareness. Again, the youth are very savvy in terms of advocacy and awareness, as long as we provide them with the requisite infrastructure for them to be able to use, for example, productive use of social media can be harnessed for raising awareness about the climate challenge and the solutions that exist to address climate change. And there's an example there of the Fridays for the Future, a global movement led by youth to demand stronger climate action and policies from government. So we can look at these examples as we move. We can move to the next slide. Education, training, and awareness programs are very important. Here I'm talking about integrating climate change into the curriculum at all levels of education, starting from preparatory school up to tertiary. Because they say, I think there's a verse in the Bible which talks about teaching a child, and when they grow, are there any reverends here? I can't remember the verse. But you know what I'm talking about. Yes. So it's very important that we catch them young and introduce the issue of climate science, climate policy, so that they can understand the complexities of climate change. And if they understand the complexity of the problem, they can then start to learn how to deal with it. I don't remember the words that the RC used, but I mean just that. Scholarships and training, we can provide targeted training scholarships where we focus on those areas of climate action where the country may be wanting. There are a lot of capacity gaps in Africa in terms of dealing with climate change. And usually it's because we have not invested enough to be able to implement the decisions that we make at the various scopes, because internally we may not have the capacity even to develop projects to access climate finance. So we can actually identify those target areas where we can have our youth to develop the required skills. Even, for example, for the enhanced transparency reporting now, which is becoming very important from the end of this year when we have to submit our BTRs. We cannot continue to rely on consultants when we have a lot of youth who are out of employment. All we need is to have them trained. Climate literacy programs are also very important to raise the awareness of the youth about climate change and its impacts. And we need to be more innovative to use all sorts of media, traditional media and digital platforms, as long as we invest in the digital infrastructure that the youth can use to promote climate literacy. In fact, UNDP developed a climate dictionary, which a number of countries are now using to translate into local languages so that it can reach everyone, so that when we talk about climate change, we are speaking the same language with the youth as well as the women, as I'll talk about later. And there are some examples of such. The next one is the youth leadership advocacy platforms. Again, a number of countries have within their institutional structures climate councils, which are the apex of the institutional arrangements for addressing climate change. And those councils are headed by a head of state or the deputy. Examples are South Africa, Kenya, Rwanda, and many others, I think including Nigeria. But depending on the kind of institutional arrangement, we can also mirror a youth arrangement so that we can expose our youth to issues around climate change and encourage them to have their voice heard in terms of proposing solutions and collaborating with policymakers so that their concerns can also be captured in policies, strategies, and programs. We can also look at youth representation in decision making. We must ensure that the youth are at the table in climate-related decisions and processes, including the Conference of Parties, not just the participation at the Conference of Parties, but also in the preparatory processes, so that when we develop our positions, we have taken into account the perspectives of the youth in our negotiations. And this should not just be limited to the climate convention. We should also look at the CCD, the CBD, and all other conventions where we have regular representation. Next. The next one is about capacity building and skill development. Here we can focus on green skills training or reskilling of young people, focusing on green jobs, green value chains, and sustainable industries that can help us drive towards low carbon economies and prepare them for green jobs, green investments, which is actually the future we are looking at. And this is, it's also important to focus on key sectors that are critical, and probably if we look at our NDC, we should be able to identify those sectors that can drive the, towards net zero, such as the renewable energy sector, sustainable agriculture, and ecotourism. All these have great potential to generate green jobs and jobs for the youth. We should also look at innovation hubs and incubators, where we can create hubs and business incubators that focus on climate solutions. And this then can be designed to help our youth to innovate and to create climate solutions, which can drive the climate resilience agenda. And indeed, we should be able to see the just transformation that we are looking at. Access to financing and resources. I think we heard already from session 1 on agriculture that it's important to have funds that are specific to agriculture. But what I didn't hear was also to have a deliberate effort to earmark funding that is specific to the youth-led initiatives, because then we are able to target the youth and provide them with the resources they need to be innovative, to use the technology. And these resources can be from public sources, can be from the private sector, or different partnerships. And there are already such existing resources. I think my facilitator is from one of those organizations where they are providing funds for the youth. So we need to look at how we can upscale these and make them more effective. We can also look at the partnerships with financial institutions. I think this conference has this kind of partnership already being exhibited, and this is something that we can take beyond just conferencing and take it to now target youth with very specific resources that can help them to really engage in climate action and move this transition towards low carbon. So partnerships will be very important. The next one is digital engagement and technology. I think I've already spoken about this, but just to emphasize that we can actually do climate tech challenges. I think many countries have done these hackathons, where you bring the youth and you give them the opportunity to innovate. And you can actually tailor-make these sessions to look at climate solutions And there's no better way to get the youth to show their agility than such opportunities. We can also expand on the online learning platforms. Again, these are important, particularly as we look at the resilience of systems, because you are able to reach areas which are probably geographically difficult in terms of location. Again, as long as you have infrastructure to be able to use the digital systems to reach the youth, wherever they are, and provide them the resources on climate action, sustainability, and leadership. This really is a great opportunity, again, to bridge the gap between the innovation hubs that I talked about, where you can incubate ideas. But then once you have these ideas, there must be an opportunity to provide the resources now to actualize those ideas into practical, applicable climate action, green jobs, and livelihoods that are climate friendly. Next one. Then we can look at youth-led projects. Again, just to emphasize the point that we already have youth groups who implement programs and projects. So all we need is to ensure that these programs do also include issues around climate science. And we need to really emphasize climate science, because it's only when you know the climate science that you can actually design policies, programs, and strategies that address the climate challenge. And this can really empower the youth to take the initiatives in climate action, which will provide them with practical experience and provide them with the opportunity to really understand what it is to have a just transition, which is fair, which is equitable, yet sustainable. One important point is probably that for such programs to be successful, they need some support structures. And one of those support structures would be access to funding, wherever it can come from, mentorship, very important, and also incubators for innovative ideas. So all these things are linked and related. But in the end, we need to provide that support. That support structure is what will actualize ideas from the incubator labs. And we already know some of the examples, such as the Eswatini Youth Empowerment Program that the government is implementing through UNDP and other partners. Next. Policy advocacy, I think, is very important. So we need to continue to create these platforms for the youth to participate in policy making. And already I talked about the climate councils and such infrastructure, institutional infrastructure that we can use. And there are examples here, such as the United Nations Youth Climate Summit and the UNDP Youth Connect, which brings youths together. I think this year it's going to happen in September in Juba, South Sudan. So those are platforms where we really help the youth to engage in policy and advocacy, and also campaigns. So we need to really promote these, and the examples are awash where we can learn how to do it well. Next. So I'm done with the youth. Now again, I'm not the best human to talk about women in just transition, because I can confirm I'm not a woman. And how on earth do I know the true interface between women and climate change? But I know the potential for solutions that are in women to address climate change and the transition. So next time, if we are going to have this topic, can we find a woman who can talk about this from the truth and not from imagination? I hope my imagination is not far off the reality. So women are very important in the just transition, And there are a few reasons that I think it is important. One is the roles in resource management. I think I already talked about women as being the managers of resources at household level. So women are typically responsible for managing household resources. And so they play a critical role in agriculture and community activities, especially in an economy where agriculture is so important to the economy. So women's management of resources makes them key players in implementing and sustaining climate solutions at the household and at the community level. It's also important because women suffer more from the impacts of climate change. They are more vulnerable to the impacts of climate change due to usually existing inequalities in access to resources and sometimes decision-making power. Also, women's role in agriculture and water management provide an opportunity to enhance community resilience through sustainable practices. Next. In terms of empowerment, empowering women through access to training and resources can significantly impact community resilience and economic development. I think we may have heard about the Barefoot Courage and the Solar Mamas, and I know there are Solar Mamas in Eswatini. So we do have an example of the value of training women and empowering them in skills, including managing renewable energy solar systems. Next. Just because I'm talking about women, I have 5 more minutes. So I don't know, I almost said fellow women. I don't know, colleagues, but I'll try to look at the mechanisms. They are very similar to the youth mechanisms, except it's a question of targeting. So we can target women in capacity building, in policy development, in innovation. So here I'm looking at gender responsive policy development, where we must make sure that when developing policies to do with climate action, we make sure that the women take their leadership and their perspectives in terms of climate action are well embedded in the policies that we develop. We may even consider enforcing gender quotas in all climate governance bodies to ensure that the voice of women is fully represented. So if we need to do quotas, that could be one way to deal with the inequalities. Next. We can also look at developing the leadership and empowerment of women with deliberate efforts to really support programs that are aimed at equipping women with skills needed to lead the climate action and different initiatives. And this has to be at all levels, at community level, at household, community, up to national level. We should also look at creating mentorship networks where more experienced women can share their experiences with the emerging female leaders in the climate space. In the UNDP, we are actually supporting the AGN, the African Group of Negotiators, to recruit young women lawyers to become part of the African Group of Negotiators so that we can increase the volume of the voice of women in the African Group of Negotiators, which is a very important organ in terms of our negotiations at the Conference of Parties. Access to resources, again, we heard about some agricultural funding arrangements. What I didn't hear in all that is the deliberate effort to target women in these funding arrangements. I think it's important that we also ensure that whatever funding opportunities or facilities exist, there must be a window that is specifically targeted at women. And we should also prioritize those projects that are led by women so that we can ensure sustainability. The next one, capacity building, I think I've talked about this. It's a question of targeting, so we can go to the next one. Community participation, again, we talked about community participation for the health sector, for the agriculture, for the health session, and also the session on agriculture. So community participation should really be women participation and youth participation, because these are the people who really bear the brunt of climate impacts, but they also hold the greatest potential to come up with the climate solutions. The next one. Awareness, again, we need to have awareness campaigns that are targeted at women because of the critical role that they play. And we should also look at opportunity to showcase success stories where women have really shown that they can help us to address climate change. And there are a lot of lessons that we can learn and package. Next one. Collaborative efforts. There are also opportunities where we can have collaborative efforts between the youth and women, which brings the great values that the youth and the women bring. And when you bring them together, you have double effort, double solution. So I think we should also look at those projects that address both. We can go to the next one. There are barriers in terms of limited resources available. There are also barriers in terms of education. That's why we are talking a lot about capacity building. There are challenges of cultural norms and others that probably I may not have the opportunity to go through. But I think all these challenges are surmountable if we follow some of the opportunities for enhancing the participation of women. There are also a lot of opportunities in terms of what women can do in technological advancements and also community engagement, because women are better at community engagement than the males. And even the youth are also much better prepared to engage at the community level. So we must leverage those opportunities and harness those potentials as such. So in concluding, some of the policy recommendations, we have to look at how do we engage the youth. We need to look at integrating climate education into school curriculum. That's a sure way of engaging the youth and building their capacity, establishing youth climate councils, fund green skills training, very important, create youth climate funds, targeted, and then launch climate tech challenges and develop online learning platforms. And all these recommendations can only be useful if we implement them. In terms of women, it's again incorporating gender into climate policies, develop leadership programs, promote gender-responsive climate finance, expand training of programs, establish women's climate committees, and launch gender and climate campaigns and showcase women's success in terms of what we can put together as lessons learned from experiences. Cross-cutting recommendations, the strategies for enhancement is to expand education and training programs, increase funding for youth and women-led projects. So it's more or less like repeating what I've said, but it's now to harness those and make sure that they are integrated into policy. You can go to the last one. Again, in partnerships. In conclusion, I think the youth and women play critical roles in driving climate action and sustainability. Effective engagement involves not, when we are looking at the effective engagement, is to remove the barriers, is to leverage the opportunities that we find, and to implement supportive mechanisms that are enablers for action to happen. And of course, adopting inclusive strategies can enhance Eswatini's climate resilience and create economic opportunities while ensuring a just transition. Again, when we align climate action by men and women, it gives us an opportunity to achieve SDGs. It's a sure way of achieving SDGs. And similarly, a full involvement and participation of youth and women has a great potential for long-term benefits of an inclusive, just transition for Eswatini's economy, the environment, and the society. So the call for action is really about encouraging stakeholder participation. It's about supporting inclusive solutions so that the youth and the women who have these potentials, we can harness them to push the just transition. Shiawonga, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hachileka.
Actually, I meant to make this disclaimer at the end. I haven't started my doctorate.
Thank you very much for the informative presentation. That was a very long 5 minutes. To reflect on the presentation, I'd like to call upon the panel participants to come forward, please. My first panelist is Margaret Twala Dembe, who is head of office for UNFPA. Then we have Busiswa Dlamini, co-founder for Hlumisa Climate Coalition. Sumaya Jaffa, Associate Director, SNG Grant Thornton. Vimbai Kapurura, Director, Women Unlimited and member of Gender Consortium. And the only gentleman on the panel is Ruben Pages from UNICEF. Okay, I'll start with general discussions, reflecting on the presentation we just had. Maybe the first one is to look at some of the innovative solutions for climate resilience. Specifically, I'll ask the panel to actually share some of the innovative approaches or success stories from their experience that have contributed to that just transition. And how can these strategies be scaled? Let me start with you, Sumaya.
Thank you. Afternoon, everyone. I'm Sumaya Jaffer. I'm an Associate Director at SNG Grant Thornton. I head up sustainability consulting for the firm. So thank you for the question. I think the main word here is innovative. So when we look at it in terms of how do we bring everybody along, we then look at out-of-the-box solutions. So co-creating with different stakeholders like public sector, private sector, development agencies, and a lot of the times the main one, the communities, to come up with these innovative solutions. So we've seen a number of successes where we've tried a lot of things and a lot of them do work. So for example, we've created equity trusts in community where, you know, the communities own shares in private sector clients of ours. And, you know, they get dividends, and with these dividends, they can then, you know, they can create their own sustainability in terms of setting up their own businesses, their own infrastructure, etc. We've done a number of programs for climate resilient businesses. So, you know, setting up these businesses in communities where sustainability is at the forefront in terms of taking climate into account, and then, you know, mentoring them. So when we talk about mentoring, we talk about it from an individual perspective, so the person in themselves. We talk about the business perspective, so how to actually do business, and I'm talking about your accounting, your HR, etc. And then we talk about technical, because technical is also a big part of it. So we've seen a number of successes in this year. We've mentored over 1,300 companies, we're proud to say that, from women, youth, and also normal businesses as well. So we've seen a number of things that have worked, but it takes a lot of hard work and out-of-the-box thinking. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask you, Ruben, as well, to respond?
Sure, thank you very much, colleagues. So as some of you may know, UNICEF is well, one of the largest humanitarian organizations in the world, and depending on the different settings that we work on, we have different solutions and collaborations with government and civil society related to this topic. In our experience, for many decades working with young people in several areas, I think that when it comes to innovative solutions, sometimes we also refer to how we can keep innovating in our approaches. And when it comes to issues of youth participation, for example, how can we transition from youth participation to a more of a youth organizing concept, where when we think about young people's participation in decision-making, for example, we're also understanding their circumstances and the socioeconomic inequalities that they also live in, and the need for us to provide technical and financial resources, and also open doors to network with key stakeholders, so that we're not only providing a seat at the table, but we are being part of that evolution of their level of agency as actors in society. And this includes, for example, from the basic notion of we cannot advocate for our rights if we don't know what those rights are and what are the mechanisms to actually claim them, but also when we don't have the resources to actually be there. So I think that in our organization, the shift that we've seen, that perhaps we can call it a bit innovative, is providing that more comprehensive approach to youth participation, which in the experience of UNICEF has also resulted in young people actively informing internal policies at UNICEF to improve our programming and our advocacy. Thank you.
Thank you. Busi, so I think you've been part of the youth leadership programs. I think you can also elaborate on the success stories.
Well, there are a number of innovative solutions from the youth. I think I can confidently say that the success is in the idea, there's more ideas from young people. And there is a bit of support to listen to the ideas of young people. However, there isn't much success in actually implementing these innovative solutions from young people. For example, we have one creation of tiles using plastics that was funded by UNDP. However, I have not seen this business making profit. So where has this business gone? So there's definitely are innovative solutions from young people, but we're not really seeing the success of these businesses and these solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to talk about the balance between economic growth and environmental sustainability. I think the presentation highlighted the high rate of youth unemployment. So how do we ensure that our efforts towards a just transition does not compromise on economic growth? Can I give it to you, Vimbai, please?
Thank you, moderator, and a very good afternoon to you all. Balancing economic growth and sustainable and environmental sustainability is very crucial. And this can be achieved through a number of strategies. I'll just point out to a few. We will need to invest in green infrastructure, spotlighting on renewable energy, like solar, wind, hydropower, and also try to desist from depending on fossil fuels. The reality is we need to gradually reduce our dependence on fossil fuels because there is need for us to kind of phase them out in a gradual manner and in a transition that is just and equitable. And we also need to focus on promoting sustainable farming, most importantly looking at agroforestry and organic farming to ensure that we increase our productivity and at the same time protecting the environment of the country. And we also need to look into policy integration and regulation through implementing and enforcing strict regulations that will guide our industries towards sustainable practices in the green economy. Without actually suppressing the economic growth of the country. And this could include pollution controls, sustainable resource management, and incentives for green businesses. I can also talk about economic incentives, where we can actually do that through providing tax breaks or subsidies for companies that are adopting sustainable practices. We cannot underestimate the value of capacity building and trainings. And that means we need to constantly educate women and youth in programs and vocational trainings that focus on green skills and technologies, as well as being intentional in inclusive growth, ensuring that women and youth are integrated and have access to resources, have access to capacity building trainings, and also have access to decision-making processes that will actually lead to more innovative and inclusive solutions to balancing economic growth and sustainability. And finally, we need to look into how we can work best with our neighboring countries and regional bodies to share knowledge and resources as well as technologies that promote sustainability, and also have collaborative projects which can actually address cross-border environmental issues like water management and wildlife conservation, while at the same time boosting the regional economic growth. Thank you.
Thank you. Magatwala Tembe. Given UNFPA's focus on population and development, how is your organization integrating climate change considerations into your programs to ensure just transition for vulnerable populations?
Okay, thank you so much, moderator, and all those that have organized this Indaba for this opportunity. I am Mage because I'm the oldest in the office. So I'm Mage Margaret and I work for UNFPA. UNFPA is one of the UN agencies whose focus is on sexual and reproductive health. And one may sit down and say, sexual and reproductive health, and then what about just transition? And then what about environment? we've noted with concern as UNFPA that if we do not promote environmental sustainability, we will not be able to attain universal access to sexual and reproductive health for all and at all levels. And the reason I'm saying that is because if there are extreme changes in an environment, the health of the women is compromised. In particular, women who are pregnant and women that are lactating. I sat down and listened to some of the presentations earlier. There were issues around maternal, or there were issues around nutrition, and with the compromised state of environment, we will see that the population dynamics are going to be affected, the health of the women, the health of the children, the health of the adolescents, and our fear is that if we do not take care of this, some women may die. We may have issues of neonatal mortality and many other issues that are not pro-development, and that will compromise on the achievement of the SDGs for the country, especially on core indicators.
Thank you. Ruben, you focus on youth development. How is UNICEF addressing the impact of climate change on the youth? And what strategies are you implementing to ensure that their voices are actually included in the just transition process?
Sure, thank you. So maybe before I share what we're doing, I think it's important to just provide a bit of background on why is it that we're doing this. I think when we discuss this topic, is unavoidable for us to bring to the forefront that we have persisting and quite deep socioeconomic inequalities in Eswatini. So when you look at some data from the World Bank, for example, in the past 20 years in the region, Eswatini has been one of the countries that has reduced inequalities the less, I think by just 3 or 4 points in Gini coefficient. And you can really see it with the data that we're gathering and analyzing. When we talk, for example, about adolescent pregnancy rate, we see that in the poorest quintiles, the rate is about 122, while in the richest quintile is 23. And this is, of course, because of different determinants that I think many of us are familiar with. But this is important because when we see young people, where half of them are unemployed, 2 in every 10 are not able to finish secondary education, and half of them live in poverty, and we discuss issues about how they are innovative and strong advocates for these causes using the information that is provided and the data, there is a bit of a mismatch between the expectations that we have and really these inequalities that we also need to find solutions for in a more structural sense, not only perhaps providing a seat for them at the table or some temporary projects for them to engage with, but what's actually the country plan to make sure that the youth of Eswatini have the opportunities to excel in many areas. I say this because when we talk about youth participation and the concept I was sharing on youth organizing, I think it's important for us to reflect on whether is our generation the older ones that are actually in positions of power, no matter what organizational level you are, but you're in positions of power. Are we ready to make resources available for young people to manage and to lead and to actually not only take the seat at the table, but make the decisions, not inform them, but make them? And with this, I wanted to share, for example, in terms of political representation in the world, globally, just approximately 2% of parliamentarians are below the age of 35 in the world, in a world that is mostly young. Luckily for Eswatini, I think the legislation here, for you to be an elected official, you just have to be 18 years old, which is great. And I'm not entirely sure how many parliamentarians are young, but what I know is that we definitely need to keep investing much more for young people to know how to organize, to know about their rights, to claim them, to understand the mechanisms that are available for them to have these dialogues. And of course, all these changes, the money to pay for them need to come from somewhere because they're not for free and we need to find the money. So what UNICEF is doing is working very closely with the government and the Ministry of Education to see how we can scale up early childhood education. And within this early childhood climate change education. And the reason why we're doing this is because for every $1 that you invest in ECE, the return for the country is approximately $13 US. Now, the way that this is returned is because you're saving in many of the areas that are now expenses for the state, but if you were to provide early childhood education, you would avoid. For example, non-communicable diseases. If children know about food, about exercising, about a healthy lifestyle from the first 2,000 days of their lives, chances are that they won't develop as many NCDs as you will see in the long run. But also because it can lead to less repetition rate, for example, in primary and secondary. It can lead to less cases of violence. And ultimately, it can lead to better economic outcomes for households and for their personal development as well. So for us, investing in early childhood education is something that we're quite invested in, that we're working closely with the government, and that we see, hopefully in a few years, we're certain that will provide some very good results, not only for the young people, but will have returns in terms of how this transition is resourced and how we can sustain it. Thank you.
Thank you. Vimbai, we rushed through the second part of the presentation. Your organization focuses on gender equality and empowerment. How are you ensuring that women are not left behind in the transition to a green economy?
Thank you, moderator. Before you shoot me, allow me to clear a common misconception surrounding the name Women Unlimited. Yes, the name spotlights women, but the reality is men are definitely part of our story. So in a nutshell, Women Unlimited is deeply committed in ensuring that women are central to the transition towards a greener economy. So using the triple nexus approach, which spotlights on development, humanitarian, and climate change efforts, we are trying to address all the multifaceted challenges that women face in the face of climate change and at the same time working towards gender equality and the empowerment of women. So to ensure that women are not left behind towards the transition of a greener economy, we are prioritizing capacity building and skills development, focusing mainly on leadership skills and ensuring that we also promote women into decision-making roles in the greener economy. So we work to also improve women's access to financial resources. I'm sure you would agree with me that this is one of the serious deterrences towards the development of women in the green economy. So we intentionally help women through identifying grants and loans that are tailored to women entrepreneurs in the green sector. And we help them develop winning proposals that can actually help them expand and start businesses in the green economy, as well as contributing to the sustainable development. We also create networks where women can actually share and learn and network with different diverse people within the green sector. So what we have done as an organization is we host an annual West Indaba in close partnership with EEA and the Ministry of Tourism. It's been 3 years in a row since 2022, and we are still going. And so this is a platform that we have created and allows women to meet with industry players, to meet with policymakers, ensuring that they also have a voice in influencing policy within the green sector. And the reality is there is an untapped potential of women in the green economy, which lies in their unique perspectives and leadership driving sustainable practices, innovation, as well as equitable growth in environmental sectors. So the equal participation and representation of women in the complete value chain of green economy is of very paramount importance. So we also actively engage in advocacy to influence policies that promote gender equality in the green economy. We work with government bodies. We also work with international organizations to ensure policies and on environmental sustainability and climate change are gender mainstreamed. That include ensuring that policies prioritize women's access to land, women's access to education and trainings, women's access to resources, as well as to technologies. And one of our flagship programs is the Bottles for Life initiative that we have done, which supported women entrepreneurs in starting and scaling up a business that contributed to environmental sustainability. So the program provided mentorship, business development services, as well as access to markets. The whole idea and main objective of that project was to ensure that women are fully engaged and involved in the complete value chain of waste management. So of note, and as I conclude, the importance of men in our programming cannot be underestimated, because we believe as an organization that we cannot reach true gender equality and true empowerment of women if we exclude men. So we deliberately take that approach programmatically in all the interventions that we do across the 4 regions of Eswatini, that in everything that we do, we engage men, because we want men to be allies in promoting gender equality and empowerment. So our awareness programs, our training programs are designed in such a way that we challenge harmful norms and at the same time encouraging men to support women's participation and representation in the green economy. We believe that together we can do this, and we will not leave anyone behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Busiswa, very briefly, can you talk about the key initiatives by Hlumisa Climate Coalition?
Thank you. We believe that through advocacy, we are able to empower, engage, and develop, and that is significant for a just transition. Hlumisa has been privileged to collaborate and partner with institutions like EEA, the EU, COSPE, PELAM, UNESCO, UNICEF, to mention but a few, organizations with the goal to empower and build the capacities of young people through training sessions, workshops, and webinars. This is basically to ensure that young people can have strong dynamic actions and impact by equipping them with the right knowledge and exposure, which then propels their readiness to action. For example, waste management is one of the low-hanging fruits for income generating actions in climate change. And we have Ms. Zandisile Hau, who through the exposure and trainings of Hlumisa has birthed Eco-Harmony, which seeks to tackle the circular economy in waste management. Thank you.
Thank you. I think at this point in time, I can take 3 questions from the floor. Please mention your name and who the question is directed to. I'll take the 4. I see 4 hands.
Thank you very much for an excellent panel. It's so important topic, how we can further engage the youth and promote gender transformative actions moving forward. So I was very, to the Hlumisa, I was intrigued by your comment. What in your opinion is, because you were mentioning some of these efforts that are done, but they don't lead to profitable enterprises. So what are some of your ideas, that the things that need to be done to make the work better moving forward? Thank you.
Oh, actually,
can we take all the questions, then we will answer.
Okay, a very big thank you to the panelists. This question is directed to the second to the last speaker, you. Okay, can you share some example of successful initiative in Eswatini that have effectively included women in the green economy? At least you can highlight some success story from that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to voice my concerns. I'm Vomelan Dlamini from the Ministry of Tourism, Forestry Department. My question was triggered by the presentation that Mr. Hachileka made. I don't know whether anyone, because it touches across most of the UN organizations. As we were talking about just transition and climate justice, I have a worry because when we talk about the mechanism and the framework in which we are talking about the systems like the carbon offsetting, when you talk about carbon trading and the carbon finances, when it comes to the mechanisms, their robustness and all the way they are designed. I think as UNFCCC and all other organizations, we need to sit down and reconsider, because the way they are designed, they favor more of the offenders, which is the emitters, which in this situation, it is the first time I've seen a criminal given the opportunity to decide how they are supposed to be treated. The law of environment, it says the polluters must pay. But in this scenario, it is not in that case. So I think most of the problems we are struggling and talking about, they can be solved, because I don't want to come with a problem and not try a solution. With the way in which, when we say polluter pays, we can come up with a mechanism where we now have valued how, when you carbon, the method they use for carbon trading, you can use that value to make sure that we come up with a fine that these emitters that emit beyond what they are supposed to emit, to create a fund, that fund is Africa or the most vulnerable, the ones that don't emit. We sit down and discuss as to how we are going to use that money, where we are going to even solve these problems we are talking about. We are solving the issues of green jobs. We are solving this loss and damage that happens to agricultural processes. So I am just, to those who get the chance to negotiate, we need to sit down as Africa and talk for ourselves in a sense that is going to benefit us. Another thing that I noticed, most of the projects that we usually endeavor in, they are usually 5 years. But according to research and climate change issues, they say it takes an average of around 20 years to restore an ecosystem that has been damaged to its original. So when you say you are going to implement a project for 5 years, there is 15 years where there is nothing happening. I don't think we are going to succeed. We can then come up with a way where we make projects that are going to last for 20 years. In that 20 years, if you take the youth, because the youth, we are losing them because we have these drips and drabs of finances and all these things. And women, us as we are doing tree planting and activities, we have a lot of activity that involves the youth. The youth is participating, the women are participating in agroforestry. But the challenge, you cannot keep them because most of these things, they are short term. But if you have a plan that you have a project that will run for 20 years, you have the youth, even if you engage them at 18 years, if they are partaking in that project, they will build their life around there. Their project will not fail. After the 20 years, he's even above 35 years, he's no longer a youth. That person will not want something that he invested their life to fail. I think I will end in as far as that. I have another question which I think was more directed to the health, the ones that when I was distracted at that time. In the indigenous Stone Age, I know UNESCO is doing something concerning the medicines and the medicinal properties of these trees that they use. There is usually a challenge where during COVID, people fell sick. There was a plant that was discovered that it cures people, certified or in a way, they don't recognize the efforts that you do. So I think there is need that there should be harmonization in the health sector, that the contribution that is played by the people, the indigenous people, in making sure that the health system operates. Yeah.
No. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your comment, and we've noted the question for the previous panel. Let me take the last one briefly. I think there was some mumbling behind me.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Noktula Mamba from Youth Sustainable Development Center. I just have one question on the what effective strategies can be implemented to foster sustainable partnership between youth entities, the business, and the government? I'm just looking at this kind of partnership. What is it that we can do to enhance something like this, especially one that would also look into scaling up youth-led initiatives and some of the community projects that most of the youth are involved in when it comes to environmental sustainability and climate change issues? Thank you. And that question is addressed to UNICEF, I think. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm Lungle Keninza again. Mine is just directed to Margaret Twala. I would like us probably for you to assist us on expanding on the issue of the extreme temperatures, which is due to climate change, as to it also affect the pregnant women. So what about the effects of the other effects of being mentally challenged? Probably once you lose your daughter or your baby, what are the effects? Maybe she can even expand on that aspect. Or what are we doing as a country in integrating climate change and mental health? That is where I'm just coming in. And at the same time, I also encourage us, let us also, when we're talking about the youth, let us mention gender in terms of boys, men, girls, and women, so that we are able to ensure that we accommodate everybody. Because right now we're seeing a gap, it's biasness. When you're talking about the women, the youth, it's always girls. What about the boys that are being left behind?
Thank you very much. My name is Mavela Skwana from the SMME sector. I think some questions have been posed to the panel. We will attempt to assist from an experience point of view. What we have done, colleagues, as a country, for the first time, the country has been able to come up with a legislation called the Citizens Economic Empowerment Act 2023. What this act does, it is now prioritizing the local indigenous people in business to take over the economy. Good news. Then what we've done as an SMME sector, private sector, we have prioritized women in terms of the green economy. We have a woman here who's going to demonstrate to you some bags. Remember that we are banning plastic bags. We are banning plastic bags as a country. So there are bags which are already developed by the women in the Lubombo region. We call it Pata Sako. I thought we were going to give them a round of applause. But Program Director, what we think we can contribute to the whole integration thing as an SMME sector, now that we are empowered by the law, is that we can safely say, if the partners want to access the communities, access them through an organized setup. So that whatever interventions you bring on board, that will be sustained. If you come through a federation of local business people, after you have capacitated them, after you have given them those skills, we will make sure that we sustain until you come back. Then we give you reports on a continuous basis so that you can see, track and trace your interventions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ngicela kuqala ngawe Margaret.
Shows that I'm a Margaret. She had to switch it on for me. Yes, thank you so much, Sisi Lungile. In the context of UNFPA, anything that has to do with these changes in climate and whatnot, we refer to them as mega trends. And we've noted, because we are also a population and development agency, as mentioned, so we make sure that there's data to inform policies and programs. And based on the analysis that has been done by UNFPA across all countries, we realize that mega trends are supposed to be integrated, or they should form an integral component for the SRH programs and the programs that we are supporting or that we are collaborating with the government with. So we then use that knowledge to facilitate, in collaboration with government, policy reviews, because policies must also be up to speed and be operationalized through review of strategies. But maybe to come closer to what you're talking about, I'm a midwife, so I'll just go straight to say that climate crisis, especially extreme heat, lead to prematurity. So you might find that a woman may deliver before the 40 weeks, which means then we have premature babies who may not be viable because of their gestational age, especially if they are born before 26 weeks of gestation. And then you can see that that contributes to neonatal mortality, and the indicators that are core then are affected. So in a nutshell, we are aware and we are working with the Minister of Health to make sure that climate issues form an integral component for the sexual and reproductive health programs for the country. So is also reviews around the National Youth Policy. If you can look at it, it has a component that focuses on mega trends, as well as the National Gender Policy. I think Article 12.9.1 is also around mainstreaming issues of climate change in the space of gender equality and gender development programs for the country. Thank you.
1 minute, please.
Well, Mr. Lucky has answered part of my question, because what happens is that sometimes the support is based on the project duration. Then after that, there's no support available for young people. Well, one of the solutions could be, can the support be less, can it be less about box ticking and tokenism, but actual support with proper understanding that empowering youth entails technical development, hand-holding, and mentoring, and the evaluation of the progress of those projects, as well as having more accessible funding for the youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Vimbai, there was a question about...
Thank you. Thank you. The reality is we have a lot of successful stories of women who are in the green economy. I'm sure you've seen one of them, that woman holding those bags, of the project that they have done, and it was very successful. But I'll point out to one project that we have done, which was very successful. We found women who were working in the landfill of Mpolonjeni. These women were collecting glass waste, and they were using their hands. They had no machinery to crush their glass. They had nothing. And it was taking them about 3 months to come up with 1,000 rands. We saw the potential in those women. We felt we had a role to play in terms of supporting them and ensuring that they get at least profits that would help them sustain the businesses that they had started. So what we did as an organization is we gathered those women, 31 of them, including men. Like I said, we don't leave men behind if we want to achieve proper empowerment of women. So we gathered those 31 women. We bought them a glass crushing machine, which is worth almost R1 million. We bought that machine for them to be able to crush the glass according to the requirements of the market. We connected them to the market. Like I said before, the whole idea is to engage women in the complete value chain of it was waste management. So we did that, and these women managed to register their own company, and now they're exporting glass to South Africa, and it's one of the success stories that we have as an organization. So the idea is, when women are supported, when women are given the space, they can do wonders.
Sorry. Yes, there was one last question on partnerships for UNICEF.
Sure, thank you very much for the question. Just very quickly, I know that we're tight for time, but sure, we have several initiatives with civil society organizations and youth organizations, providing, for example, financial literacy and incentives for them to come up with business ideas and provide seed granting to develop those ideas. And in some cases, these are on a level of competing with other peers in the region and also globally. And we have a number of those that we can share, but I think that the key issue that you mentioned around partnership with the private sector is a much bigger one, because with these interventions that we're doing, sure, we might be resolving the issue for some young people at the individual level who find it very fulfilling to go through these programs and excel, and rightly so, and it's great. But then when we look at the structural issues, I think that we have quite a lot of room for improvement and for more partnership. The private sector is interested, because when we look at youth unemployment in Eswatini, which is quite high, it's not because of a lack of opportunities. Jobs are open. If you were to analyze the different industries in this country, the different sectors, there are openings available. But the level of skills that are needed to fill those jobs are not being matched by the skills of our young people when they graduate from secondary school or tertiary level. So what ends up happening is that you have an interested private sector with openings and room for partnership, but with a demand that is not being matched by the level of skills. And then another gap that I think that we can work on much more together is around accountability, ensuring that when we talk about youth participation in issues of economic empowerment and growth and reducing inequalities, that is not just the discussion around bringing young people to the table, but opening the mechanisms to actually hold each of us accountable for our commitments and our policies, some of which are excellent, but then when it comes to implementing them, that's where we still need to do a bit more work. So lots of room for improvement to partner with the private sector and young people on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the panel for the productive discussions. Please give them a round of applause. And thank you to the audience for the participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sbanyoni and the panel. May you please clap hands for them once again. It always makes me happy to see women and youth being included in very important initiatives such as the Just Transition Mechanism. I am very happy to have had that. And I think it has been a very impactful day. We have so much to process and reflect on after today's discussion. And I just want to say thank you for kusibambisa. I'll put it in society. Kusibambisa until this far. If you remember very well, we started very late, but look at us. We are on time, and we'll be able to go back home on time. I think my colleague will say a few words before we welcome Mr. Hendrik for closing remarks.
Yeah, maybe remind them about the order of events for tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. Tomorrow, our starting time is 8:30, but we have a youth exhibition at 7:30. So it would be nice for you to come and see that. I think the bags that they were showing there, please bring those bags tomorrow for the exhibition. And we will follow the same process as today for all the sessions for tomorrow as well.
Yeah, I like entrepreneurs and innovators, right? They know how to hijack for marketing and all of those things. I like you guys, so bring those bags. Bring those bags tomorrow to exhibit. It has been a wonderful day for us. As co-directors, I hope you draw a lot of insights, you enjoy the sessions. It does appear like this ought to be a continuous conversation. We don't have enough time in a day or even over 2 days, but let the conversations continue going forward. Once more, we want to thank the partners, right? CBE, tomorrow will have the governor of the central bank. So let's not forget to thank them. And also FSRA, the University of Eswatini, HITA, USAID, Eswatini Stock Exchange, Power Africa, and Wonderport. I think now we can invite the colleague to close for us, right?
Yes, there's also coffee outside. Before you go home, please grab some coffee. You greet someone you haven't greeted yet, and have a beautiful evening. Mr. Hendrik, please come forward.
Thank you very much. I think I'm going to stand here. But yeah, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I had some talking points that we had prepared, and basically it's scribbled everywhere. There were so many valuable insights and information that was shared here today. So let's see how I managed to deliver these closing remarks. But first of all, as I've been looking out over the audience, I've been so happy to see so many participants, both women and men, different ages, different segments of society. So this is really fantastic. So as we draw a close to this green Indaba, I really want to extend my heartfelt thanks to all of you. And on behalf of the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, I want to thank all of you for your dedication, your energy, and your unwavering commitment to the discussions today. And for me personally, only having been here 10 days, this has been an invaluable induction into all the interesting things happening in this country. And you know, over the last 25 years, I've worked in about 10, 12 countries, and I must say that this has been one of the more dynamic and sort of enriching discussions that I've seen. So congratulations to all of you. And it's not easy to spend a whole day delving into complex issues, which can sometimes feel a bit overwhelming, but you have done this with grace, curiosity, and genuine desire to find solutions. And I've found a lot of passionate experts, practitioners, and leaders, and also concerned citizens that are not just talking about making a difference, but really committed to making the change. So for that, I really want to commend all of you. And today we were set out to engage in a dialogue on what is crucial not just for Eswatini, but for the whole world. And the Honorable Minister of Tourism and Environmental Affairs spoke on behalf of the Right Honorable Prime Minister. And she set the tone for today's events and reminded us that sustainability is not just about environmental concerns, but it's also an economic imperative, a social necessity, and a moral obligation. So the speeches, the presentations, the discussions, they have all highlighted the interconnectedness between all these challenges. They have reminded us that sustainability and building resilience is not a siloed issue. It touches upon all segments of society, all sectors: agriculture, health, energy, finance, and beyond. And here I come to my scribbles. You know, I wouldn't make justice if I would have to mention all the great things that I've heard today, but you know, a few things that kept in my mind. I think there were some very innovative things, you know, in terms of smart agriculture, the aquaponics, for example. Also a lot of mention about ICT and the digital solutions that we can apply. Also to encourage and incentivize and you know, get the youth more interested in some of these areas. Also some very good proposals like national grain storage for food security, insurance schemes, having climate change in curricula. Also some innovative financing schemes like the impact bond that was mentioned on health, also the youth climate funds. Also the early warning systems. I think there was a sense that there are good systems, but they're not always necessarily being used. So a lot of very good ideas which we can bring forward as we go from here. So the world's problems, which indeed are also the challenges of Eswatini, may seem insurmountable at times. But I challenge all of you to take away from today, maybe one thing that stuck in your mind as something really interesting that you want to continue working on, that resonated with you. And in your sphere of influence, we all have different spheres of influence, see what's both big and small steps you can take to address that particular challenge. So as we close the day, as a colleague mentioned, is not to rush home. There is coffee and maybe some refreshments. So take the opportunity to continue networking with new and old acquaintances, because the success of today's event is not about the speeches and the presentations, which is important, but it's also very much about the partnerships that you engage in and bring forward from here. So I asked myself, what is when we leave tomorrow, what is the success of this Green Indaba? And we will know if we have succeeded if we have developed some clear and actionable measures and actions that we can take both immediately and also in the medium term. So in closing, let me leave you with one thought. It's actually based on a famous proverb. So let us not try to eat the whole elephant all at once, but rather we should let us chew the issue of sustainability in small bits and pieces, because sometimes the challenges can seem insurmountable and overwhelming, but if we break them down systematically and tackle them one at a time and working together, we can really achieve a sustainable and resilient future that we envision. So thank you again for your energy, your ideas and your commitment today. And we've halfway, so let's continue this spirit into tomorrow as we continue the vital work. And together we can make a big difference. We can make and build a sustainable and resilient kingdom of Eswatini, which is also competitive, and where we ensure that the well-being and the prosperity of all people in this country, leaving no one behind, is ensured, while we also safeguard the environment, capitalize on the amazing natural capital of this country, and also collectively accelerate climate action. So lots of good ideas, and I look forward to tomorrow, and a very good evening to you all. Thank you very much.